Greetings and welcome to Winning 2024. How's it going, everybody? Hope you're all doing and living well. Here we go, another Winning 2024 Tuesday. So happy you guys are all here this evening. I got my X and Rumblers out there. I almost forgot to add them to the stream. I got it in there at the last second there, so a little delay on the start. But thank you, and thank you to all those reoccurring winners in the winner's circle, ones that are monthly subscribers. Thank you guys so much for supporting the channel, and additionally to Shelly and Wolfram for also supporting the channel, the Rumble channel, by being reoccurring or renewing members over there. And wow, the battle between my X channel and the Rumble channel is heating up as we close in on 500 for each. They are neck and neck. X is pulled out to 493, so they're almost to 500. We're going to let them, once they get to 500, they got to stay there because it's X and you just never know. But Rumble's right behind there, man. We're almost to 470. We're at 469. So we're really closing in fast. It's highly possible Rumble can catch up and win. I need all you Rumblers out there to help out. So jump in on that. All right. Cool. We're up to date on that. Cool. All right. And okay, this is all good too. Just checking to make sure everything started okay. Yes. All right. So tonight. Big news. The establishment has picked their VP candidate to run alongside their handpicked presidential candidate. Or handpicked. It's their default, I guess. Their default, Kamala Harris, right? And what a team this makes. You got the DEI and the WEF, and side by side, as you can tell by the thumbnail. And this is the way to hit this Mike Walls guy, is to make sure, and see, this is a good opportunity as well to make sure. Wow, look at all the people in here. To make sure to call out his WEF affiliation, and have people look into that. Have people like get curious about it. Have people look up Agenda 2030. Like, we don't talk about that enough. It needs to be talked about. It's like, and this is the perfect opportunity to get people, because they're not going to have heard of this guy, right? So you might be the first one to tell them about this guy if you run into him. A lot of people. I ran into someone I knew the other day who didn't even know Kamala had taken over the presidential nomination spot. That's how disconnected people are. So don't be surprised when people don't know these things. But let me say hello to the crowd real quick, guys. Thank you, Wolfram. Thank you for that. Dropping those links. Remember to listen to the Wolf. He tells you the right things to do, and there they are. He wipes his paws, lips, and house, and he is here. Hey, Merce Turf, how you doing? Thank you for being a reoccurring member. Thank you so much. Cool Gamer, thank you for being a reoccurring member. How you doing? Look, the sheriff. It's the Beauty Olympics, the anti-women Olympics 2024. Yeah, I've boycotted that on the first. Well, I wasn't going to watch it anyways, but now openly boycott it. Yes, welcome to the show. Let me see here. Daisy Girl Williams, how you doing? So happy that you're with us this evening. I got lots in store. We're going to talk about this Tim Waltz character. We're going to talk about this loose alliance between Rumble and X, and that's coming off the big lawsuit that the antitrust lawsuit that Google lost, and now they're going after GARM, another globalist entity. Good news. We'll get into that. We'll also look at a story that's out there about kind of unearthed footage about the Democrats revealing how they plan to stop Trump even if he wins. Like we've been hitting on this, and actually one of my videos is blowing up because of it. It's like the deep state plans for 2024, the interview between Tucker Carlson and Waller, and this is it's really taken off. People are interested in this topic, and so this is kind of going along those lines right there. that, just because we get to the finish line doesn't mean we, everything's going to go smooth. Expect a battle nonetheless of some sort. Let's hope they just back down. I wish they would have, but I wish they will, but I don't know that they will. That's not their nature. But let's kick things off right. We got a couple things to do here real quick. Let's start with this one. Oh my! $5. Thanks, Siggy, for the $5 super chat. Shelly, how you doing? Thank you so much. You know why. I know why, and I just played it. There you have it. But also, back-to-backs. You can love them.
It's cold. A big long Vietnam. It has to do. I can't imagine a more beautiful thing. It's cold. I can tell you all about it. I mean, look at this thing. Gonna try to get out of anything.
Thanks, Shelly, as well. 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. And who got those memberships? Let's see. Southern Red Sox girl, DeJean Paul, Marquand Lewis. We haven't seen Marquand in a minute, but he's awesome. OG Sunshine. OG's been hanging out. Bobby's been coming by. So awesome. So happy that all of you are now part of the winner's circle. And if you enjoy it, consider being a monthly subscriber. Would love to have you. Thank you again, Shelly, for that. Appreciate it. Hey, Heidi, how you doing? Good to see you. Everyone, listen, I'm getting my final reports completed on my extension due to a sprain and torn tendon ankle injury after finals yesterday. Oh, no. I'm okay. I'm just bruised and swollen. Clumsy me. Ah. Well, we hope you heal quickly. Daisy is lurking. Lurking Daisy. All right. Crown Target, what's up? How you doing? He's over there on Rumble. Hello, Rumble. Hello, everybody over there on Rumble. What's going on, Rumble? Everybody say hi to Crown. And we got people over here on the YouTube side saying hello. All right. Off and running we are. Okay. Everything's good there. All right. Let me switch this up. How's everybody doing this evening? Anything new? I know that Heidi's recovering from an ankle injury. Where's this one? All right, there we go. I hope everybody else is doing well. I know Shelly did well. She had a show today. Got back in the saddle. I think we're gonna jump in here. We're gonna spend a lot of time on X tonight, at least in the early parts. Oh yeah, and then we're gonna do the base updates for July 13th. The July 13th event, assassination attempt that didn't go through. But we're gonna do some updates on that. People have been we're gonna basically just like bring light to some more aspects of it, have some things to say about some evidence that's been kind of like in the question mark bucket that we may be able to take out. So that's good. And then I think I'll have like the big grift debunk of the day is the confirmation bias coming out of TMZ. So I'll touch on that at the end of the show. The final segment will be doing that. So if you like the conspiracy grift debunkings or DeGriftings, as I'm calling them, to save space in the title, that's where that will be. All right, so let's get started. We got to figure out who this Tim guy is, Tim Walz guy. Of course, let's see. He's a governor of Minnesota, which it's already bad news. And boy, does this guy have a laundry list of just undesirable accomplishments. Oh man, this ought to be good. I'm looking forward to JD Vance ripping this guy apart. It should be great. Hey Paige, how you doing? Welcome to the show. Welcome. All right. Let me see. Let me get everything just perfect here, best I can. How's that look? Let's bring this up. All right. So I thought this was a good rundown here. Just in, media buzz is that is rising, and Kamala Harris is selecting Minnesota Governor Tim Walz as her VP choice. Is that her version of a DEI hire? Well, it's really a WEF hire. That's a World Economic Forum. This guy is all about it. And I was kind of expecting someone in that category to be the underling here. As he's going to take a knee and wash the feet, but really he's going to be pulling the strings. He's going to be the direct line, I think. And God forbid something happens to her. There's your globalist just to slide right in. He even kind of looks like Bernie Sanders. It's weird because he's also very far left, like sanctuary cities, open borders, all the fun stuff. Let's read this. Who is Tim Walz? Let's take a quick look. Fueled the BLM riots in 2020. Rioters looted and wrecked Minneapolis. Yeah, he didn't do anything about that. Then he changed the flag to resemble Somalia's. That's weird. Right there. Minnesota, I would run against him on I'm changing the flag back. that would be me running against him. And yeah, how dare you come in and change the state flag to something you wanted? What a no, this is better. How dare you, man? That's some authoritarian shit right there. Off old people with coved nursing home schedule. Oh, remember that one? Remember that one where they were sending the patients to nursing homes? Wow. That was that guy. Why is this person editing on X? Like they're editing on X like they're on YouTube for some reason. I don't know why. Anyways, yeah, MF is a groomer friendly, the mafia, the sanctuary state. I guess, yeah, that's well, I mean, I'm sure it is, but I don't know what they mean by that one liner there. Push youth trans surgery, hormone therapy agenda. Yeah, he's part of that. Anything WEF, I'm not going to be surprised to see on a list or hear him talk about because he's bought and paid for. He's sold out to that, and he's one of these people that are transforming the country from the inside, based on what the WEF and the UN want. Right? He's gotten that position of power, and now he's using it to do all these great things right here that lead to what? Yeah, more destabilization, more crises. Yeah, these are all crisis things. I mean, except for the flag, which is just narcissistic, but everything else is it's pushing that agenda. The great reset thing going on here. Yeah, you got the critical theory stuff going on here, and you got the destabilization going on here. Let's see. Soldiers accused Walz of embellishing and selectively omitting facts about his military career. We're gonna hear more about that in a second. Evidently, he abandoned his post in a manner of speaking. We'll do that next. Fellow soldiers accused him of quitting on them. I think that's what it's talking about. These two things. Got a DUI in 1995, going 96 miles per hour in a 55 zone. Well, a lot of people have had that unfortunate thing happen to them. At least they charged them. Praises socialism like nonstop. Like the one-liners from this guy on socialism are just over the top. Yeah, you won't believe this. So let's do one by one here. We got a bunch of videos here. Can you watch these individually?
All right, ready.
All right. Okay, here we go. This is him changing the flag out. He's like a Bernie clone. He's just not as old. He's like a younger Bernie clone.
All right, ready. Whoa, wait a minute.
There goes the old state of Minnesota flag, traditional American flag right there. What's he going to do? What the hell is that thing? What the hell is that thing?
There, that's better. All right,
ready. No, it's not. Minnesota, you should be appalled. This guy you didn't re-elect this guy, did you? Okay, so let me just turn this down for a minute because I don't know what's on here. I've not seen this yet. Yeah, let's just, let's just leave that right there. He's got all this list of accomplishments right there next to us. Let's do that. Hey, OG, how you doing? Oh, yeah, thank you for thanking Shelly for that. It was very nice of you to come here to do that. Really appreciate it. Hope you stick around and enjoy the show. It's great to see you. Let's see, anything in here? Let's see, Dims did a lot of that. Como did it in New York. Nursing homes were hit hard. Yeah, they say like they almost like they knew. It's like weird, but not insinuating anything with this. I mean, what a dumb thing. Why would you put sick people in with elderly people? That's just, I mean, without even any kind of, it's just, you see, the thing about it is like incompetence and stupidity looks so much like conspiracy. I understand why some people get it confused, and that's why we got to take our time in understanding things. Very dumb decisions, or intentionally trying to reduce the population. Now, when you have a record like this guy, it's easy to believe it's, but he'd have to have he'd have to have a bigger brain than I give him credit for. That's the thing with that. But let's see, Whitner did it in Michigan. So a lot of people were following this model, and that points more to conspiracy than incompetence when you see 1, 2, 3 different governors doing the exact same thing. I mean, where did this order come down from? Maybe from Klaus himself, or like the WHO. That would be a direct connection there. So yeah, I could lean towards conspiracy on that. Amazing how they all acted the same and got the same death results. Nothing was said or done about it. Yeah. And that's the whole thing. That's what you wish for with change, is that, we'll get some redemption, get some justice for these things that have just gotten swept under the rug, that they've gotten away with. That's the thing that you wish for, right? I get it, right? But this whole move on and forget the corruption and let the bad guys get away with doing bad things thing, I'm not for that. I mean, I'm not for that at all. There has to be some kind of remedy and justice for the people that were harmed by these people and their decisions. And if they're following orders, that's their problem. They're supposed to be leaders, and they shouldn't follow orders from globalist entities, right? They're above the globalist entities in terms of authority, so they should not be listening to the authorities from outside the United States on anything at all, ever. It should be illegal. In fact, you should lose your job if you do it. That's what I think. And that's what we need to get. That's where we need to get. That's where we need to get. What else we got here? Anything with that topic? Let's see. Como was on TV for hours daily, spewing out mandates and plans and bold theories. He loved being in the spotlight, milked it for everything he could. Yep. All right, let's see what this one's about.
Harris sending this out on X. If you're able to chip in now to the Minnesota Freedom Fund to help post bail for those protesting on the ground in Minnesota.
Oh, yeah. The old Minnesota Freedom Fund. Bail out the rioters. At least no wonder she picked them. No wonder they're a good match. They've worked together before.
Thanks to Harris's promotion, the group reportedly raised $35 million in just a few weeks.
$35 million in just a few weeks to bail out felony misdemeanor criminals, right? That rioted and destroyed an American city over what? Does anybody know? Does anybody remember? Just remember the city was break. Nothing got done. It didn't make anything better. It just hurt people. And what they're gonna $35 million. Man, that could help a lot of people that deserve it. These people don't deserve it.
Darnica Floyd, charged with second-degree murder for
second-degree murder,
stabbing a friend to death, and she got out of jail too. A twice-convicted rapist, currently charged with kidnapping and sexual assault, and he walks out too.
The Freedom Fund raked in donations when it was promoted by many, including now Vice President Kamala Harris.
Sean Michael Tillman shot and killed a passenger on a train platform.
That guy looks familiar.
After reportedly being released from jail 3 weeks prior. All thanks to the Minnesota Freedom Fund.
Donovan Boone was charged with breaking into the home of an ex-girlfriend and choking her. Freedom Fund bailed him out for $3,000 cash, and he hasn't shown up for court since.
I often don't even look at a charge specifics when I bail someone out.
The Hennepin County attorney called out the Minnesota Freedom Fund for bailing Mosley out of jail twice previously, even though he was arrested for having a gun in the courthouse.
The Minnesota Freedom Fund,
gun in the courthouse?
Pays cash bail for low-income criminals, paid Tims's entire $10,000 bail in cash.
11 days later, police found a man bleeding from the head and ears in this alley. Police were able to arrest Tims in connection to this violent assault.
Howard was arrested and charged with second-degree murder. The Minnesota Freedom Fund acknowledged supporting Howard's bail.
straight up ad. All right, we have to read this. All right, nursing home killer, Tim Walsh edition. It's supposed to be like, oh, it's supposed to be a Halloween costume. I got you. Included worthless cloth mask, top 5 in the U.S. for nursing home deaths, meaningless dial. What does that mean? Forcing elderly to die alone without families and loved ones. Same policy used as Como in New York. How about that? That's what Shelley was saying. There you go. So you can be that guy for Halloween. All right. Is there another one? Is that it? Oh, is that that's his arrest photo? Okay, there you go. Yeah. Well, that's probably the least harmful out of everything that we just went through right there, even though that's not a good thing. Oh my God.
Wait a minute.
I heard that. I was like, what? Someone in the house? All right, cool. All right. So yeah, there's the intro. All right, and let's do this. Now let's check out this military record thing. Let me cue it up. There we go. All right. Rewind it and let it roll.
So newly minted
Oops. We got to turn it up so we can hear it. Oh, by the way, this is Rob Smith. VP candidate Tim Walsh abandoned his National Guard unit. He was in the National Guard, okay, upon notification of Iraq deployment. Lied about the timing of his retirement before his unit deployed. Was put on blast by retired command sergeant major of the Minnesota National Guard. Unfit.
So newly minted vice presidential pick Tim Walsh, who's the governor of Minnesota, is being put on blast for stolen valor and leaving his unit hanging when they got the order to deploy to Iraq. He declined to deploy with them, okay? So
you guys
this
hear that?
is from an article that came out in the West Central Tribune in 2018. This article was authored by people that served with Governor Tim Walsh that were putting him on blast for basically stolen valor and leaving his unit hanging when they decided they were going to deploy to Iraq. Okay, I'm going to read you the first sentence of this. We, retired Command Sergeant Major of the Minnesota National Guard, feel it is our duty and responsibility to bring forth the truth as we know it concerning his service record. Now, I'm not going to get all into the weeds on this, but the most important part is this. All right. In early 2005, a warning order was issued to the 125th Field Artillery Battalion, in which Governor Walsh was serving as their command sergeant major. Okay. The order was to prepare them to be mobilized for active duty at deployment to Iraq. When you are about to deploy, you generally have a couple of months notice, okay? Because there's a lot of things that go into getting a unit ready to go to war. Now, on May 16, 2005, he quit, leaving the 125th Field Artillery Battalion and its soldiers hanging without its senior non-commissioned officer. His excuse was that he needed to retire in order to run for Congress. This is false. And again, these are the words of the Command Sergeant Major, retired, that put this together for the West Central Tribune. This came out in 2018. Now, according to a DOD directive, he could have run and requested permission from the department, from the Secretary of Defense, before entering active duty, as many reservists have, okay? You can probably ask Tulsi Gabbard about that, because she did not abandon her unit when it came time to deploy. I believe Tulsi deployed. Either way, what this says, and basically what this all boils down to, and you really should read this article. It's the last thing that I retweeted. Jack Posobiec has basically broken this. And he tweeted it out. I retweeted what Jack Posobiec tweeted. The point is this: you have to understand that this person is unfit to lead. He is not only unfit to be the vice president, he is unfit to run around talking about his military service as something that is positive when he was promoted to the position of command sergeant major for a unit and he decided to take the punk way out, all right, and say that he had to quote unquote retire to run for Congress instead of deploying to Iraq. What does that say about his military service? What does that say about what he thinks about his military service? What does that say about what he thought about his unit? What does that say about what he thinks about his country? What does that say about how he is going to approach his job as the vice president should Kamala Harris be elected and the United States of America is involved in yet another foreign conflict? To me, he is unfit to serve, unfit to lead, and anybody who would leave their unit hanging in this way upon notice of deployment is a fundamentally weak man, a weak individual, and somebody that we should not be elevating to any position of power.
All right. I kept it down during that one because that was really low. Hopefully you guys got to hear that all right. So I don't think the military is going to back him up. I think they might not like him. What do you guys think? Let me see. What's this one? This one's pretty fast. This is like 19 seconds. Let me stop this here. I don't think the military is going to back this guy up. I don't know who is this. Let me see. All right. This is Gwen Walls, wife of Tim's. Let's see what she's now. We have to keep an eye on the wives of these people because they tend to start running the show on the left.
And having a chance every day. Like, how many chances do you get? My answer to that is as many chances as you need, which doesn't really please those law and order people. And having a chance.
Okay, it doesn't. I mean, a little bit of a bite there on the sound. I'd like to hear more. I'd like to hear more on that, but that's a little bit of a bite. But yeah, as many chances as you need. Is that worked out really good for that? All those people that got bailed out for nothing, and then went on to do more crimes. So that doesn't seem to work. Does she double down? Let's find out. Or she will. We do have to consider who these people marry every time. Why don't you just do it this way? I know you're tired. Let me see. All right. There we go. Wow. All right. We got another soundbite here.
I would say those first days, when there were riots, I could smell the burning tires. And that was a very real thing. And I kept the windows open for as long as I could because I felt like that was such a touchstone of what was happening.
A touchstone of what's happening. A touchstone of what's happening. What? Okay. She's definitely just programmed and absent. At least comes across that way in my initial impressions here. I thought. Close this. All right, there we go. Sorry, I had something pop up here. All right, let's see. Get rid of that one. Get rid of this one. All right. Well, so far, I pulled up another thing too. I wanted to read you guys. This is just. I'll read it off to you. You don't have to see it. I'll just read it. I just typed in Tim Walz World Economic Forum. Little blurb here. Let's see. We've got a couple of different things we're going to read here. High level, Tim Walz, 40th governor of Minnesota, attended the World Economic Forum in 2020. Well, that's just okay. It goes on. He emphasizes the importance of addressing climate change and promoting economic growth and improving education and healthcare infrastructure. His participation in the WEF reflects his commitment to international cooperation and finding innovative solutions to global challenges. Well, there's no bigger globalist out there when it comes to climate change than this guy. And as much as I don't want to talk about him, oh shoot, there we go. We got to bring it up. All right, Al Gore. Is that guy still around? I've seen Tim Walsh in action and have worked with him. He's a proven leader on climate and knows the issues inside and out. As Vice President Harris's running mate, his climate credentials make him a valuable asset on an issue that demands urgent action if we want to build a better future for our country. Yeah, right. More money for you. Let's read some comments. Let's see. Ava says, according to leftists, we should all have died from climate change 20 freaking years ago. Bullshit money grab created by elites who fly around in their own private jets, drive their SUVs, and don't have solar panels on their own lavish estates. Yes, Ava, you're right. When are we going to get a follow-up movie on The Inconvenient Truth? It's been almost 20 years, and we're releasing more CO2 than ever. We need you to wake people up again. Nobody seems to understand how much trouble we're in. Fred. Free grass. You have no climate credentials. Every prediction you've made in your flop of a movie, Inconvenient Truth, never came to fruition. It's true. Count, what's up? How you doing? Man Bear Pig. Yeah, he does love Schwab, doesn't he? He loves to Schwab it. But yeah, he's just getting ratioed in the chat here. Yikes. Thanks, Al. With your endorsement, they don't have a snowball chance in hell of the North Pole. All right. There's no climate urgency. Yep. Oh, someone needs to well, he didn't really refer to anything. He just said no community notes yet, but he doesn't really get one for this. So, anyways, it's an opinion. But it's a bad one. Okay. But let's check out a good opinion. Let's check out a good opinion. And see, not a good opinion on this, but I guess a good opinion to listen to. And let's see what this good opinion seems to think of old Timmy. All right, here we go.
Do they need to do more than just labeling him a radical leftist? Do they actually have to talk about some of these policies as opposed to just playing the name game?
Yes, and we will, and we have to. I've been clear about that. We cannot just fall into the trap of criticizing the other side. And if we're calling it straight down the middle here, I tell you that this pick presents risks for Democrats and Republicans. The pick of Waltz as VP presents a risk for Democrats that they lose centrist voters over a lot of his progressive policy positions. The risk I see for Republicans is that he is such a progressive and he's far on the left of many of his policies that it becomes tempting to just focus on him instead of offering our own vision of who we are and what we stand for. That's ultimately what's going to be required for us to win this election. Seal the border, end rampant crime, grow the economy, stay out of World War III, revive national pride in this country. These are things that Donald Trump stands for. These are the things that the Republican Party stands for. And I think we have to resist the temptation and risk to forget to talk about that because of the ripe criticisms that the other side makes it so easy for us to now level.
Yep. Again, Vivek, reconsidering the argument around the fact, or the discussion around the fact we need to talk about our policy positions, what we stand for. And I think he sees an opportunity right now, as do I. And again, this is why I still think that he should have been the VP pick. And because in moments like this, he can really keep things focused, right? Vance is doing a decent job out there. He's getting some good one-liners in. I think Vivek would be constantly moving the conversation back to policy, and he's relentless about it. So I'm glad he's out there talking and doing interviews. And I'd like to see him at more rallies talking to people as well, and getting that message to people at the base level that may not catch some of these interviews he's doing, or check out his YouTube channel or Rumble channel or X channel. Because more people need to remember that, in your conversations, yes, you're going to have an opportunity to run the other candidates to the mud because it's just so damn easy to do. And these are the things that we oppose and that we stand against them, that we think are harmful and bad, right? So we lead with that stuff, but remember why people will end up voting in the end, right? And what policies offer them an escape from the lies, offer them a better way of doing things, solutions, real solutions, focusing on the solutions, on the problems and solutions when the other side isn't, is a great strategy as well. Let me see. Do I have anything saved in bookmarks over here? Like I make bookmarks and then I forget to go back and check them. Okay, managers. There we go. 2024. I wish that you could. Yeah, I think I don't have anything in that. Let's see. Border invasion. We just did that one. All right, yeah, I still need to build these up a little bit better. I'm not quite there yet on it. Big. Okay, yeah, these are a little dated. All right, so nothing new there. All right. Yeah, 100. Okay, so Tim Walz. That's him for now. That's what he's doing. A lot of clips are going to be surfacing of things he said and done and all that. Since it just happened today, we're kind of just breaking the news here. But look forward for deep diving more on that guy. I mean, he's going to have tons of things. I just from hearing some of the stuff he stands for and what he's about. When you combine Kamala's rhetoric on the border with his, it's going to sound like a freaking, the end of the world. Like, really, I was thinking about how to piece it together, and I'm just going to, I know I heard some of it earlier, but I need to piece it together, make some videos out of it, or at least put some clips together where you can see what they're going to sound like, in unison, right? And as much as bad, and you put that with the recent border footage we have, which is always this is bad. It would just, you just see the everything they're talking about. You see everything they're talking about, just lines of military age men from around the world piling through, getting a free pass into our country. And then you take a look at what's going on in the UK right now, and you see what's in the streets. Mobs of foreign military-aged men causing destruction, taking over, beating up people because of their looks, and calling for Sharia law in a country that is not about that, right? They're basically taking over parts of the world in different little blocks. And they're going to sit there and they're going to take it over, and they're going to sit there and hold their ground and multiply and multiply and multiply, right? And they're going to do the generational strategy now they have their plants in place, and they're going to do the same thing here. Like, everything to us, and it's reasonable, right? Everything to us is about right now because we're in the present. And that for most people, they don't even think about things in a generational term. They think about things in a lifetime term. Like, my lifetime is generally people's, view of the world, right? But see, that's the difference between us and them. They think of things in terms of 2-3 generations down the road, 4 generations down the road, and they got all the time in the world to let it happen. They're fine with the slow cook, man. They're fine walking it in. Like I said, Agenda 21 was originally conceived in 1992. So that first agenda that they put out was a long walk in, was a generational subversion. Think about how many years that is to walk something in, right? So the first part of the agenda was what, almost 2 generations, 1.5 generations worth of work to change things, right? The second agenda comes along, and freaking 9 years. Let's see, 21 to 30. Yeah, 9 years, right? 9 years for the next agenda to get in. That's how much work they got done with the first one that we were screaming about. Everybody's screaming about, and no one was listening. And just like right now, no one's talking about Agenda 2030 when we didn't talk enough about Agenda 21. People thought it was a conspiracy theory or it was some kind of wild thing. Meanwhile, you can go to the people's website and you can look at their literature. They're not hiding what they're doing because they know that most people will just either buy into it, or when the other side starts talking bad about it, they won't believe them. It's the perfect trap, right? So what do? You got to give people a reason to figure it out themselves, right? And part of that could just be, leaving a lingering question about like, what do you mean by WEF in the sky? Well, check it out. Have you seen the WEF? Go to their website, just look at it. You'll be floored at what they have planned for the United States. I mean, they're not even part of the United States, and they have this plan, right? They're going in through companies, they're going in through individuals, they're putting their own people in positions of power. You would not gonna believe it. Check it out, leave it at that. I think sometimes we try to drill down too far for people that are just not there yet. So just push them in that direction. That's what I always tell people. It's like, you can go to their website and look it up. A lot of people will, just to see, oh yeah, he's probably misreading it. He's probably just, being hyperbolic about it. Right. So go look at it. And so when they do, they're like, dang, it's kind of like you're saying, no, Biden never grabbed kids. He never did anything. And you show them the C-SPAN footage for an hour and a half. That's all he did. And they're like, dang, after the first couple few, I was like, yeah, this has to be, whatever. But then he just kept going. A Crown Target says, indeed, they already have the schools, the conservative talking points about how cons will reproduce the commies is bull. They have your kids. In addition, it's hard to deprogram anyone. It is hard, man. It is hard. That was programmed before they were 8 years old. It is tough, man. It is tough. That's why we have to think of it this way. We have to think of it in terms of generational warfare, and we have to go stop them where they're hurting people the most. So most easily hurt people are children, right? And that's why we have to go there first. It is something that we have to stop immediately. It should have been stopped a long time ago. The fact that our hands are tied and that we've been able to do nothing more than make a bunch of noise about it and stop participating, right? Shows you how far down the road we are, right? And how many generations have been affected by it already. So yeah, I mean, and think about it, that whole generational reach between 92 and in 2021, indoctrinated an entire generation into globalism and climate globalism and all that stuff, right? That's what they were getting programmed with the entire time. And they're just being directed in that. So they'll just automatically fall into line when they hear these certain words. So yeah, indoctrinated from the beginning. See, they have been subverting our country for decades. They only shifted into high gear recently. Well, that's because that's where they're at in the agenda, right? That's where it is. It's time to do that. And the technology. That's the other thing we're warning about early on too. It's like when technology gets to the point where they can really lock us down with fewer people, right? And even by our own willingness to be locked down into certain things, like they just digital currency versus hard currency, right? That was a big talking point for our side back in the Ron Paul days. Like, don't let them, change, take our fiat currency and make it digital, because then they'll be able to turn it on and off, right? And they'll be able to track every dollar, infringement on our rights, infringement on our liberties, and then, peril in terms of being able to be controlled by having your means to support yourself, to feed yourself, to house yourself. The Maslow hierarchy of needs cut off. You'll do anything to stop that from happening. It's just a psychological reaction. I mean, everybody's going to do that. So, we have to stop it before it gets too far down the road. I mean, that worked for some people, but it wasn't, like I said, it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough to stop it. It wasn't enough to get enough people activated at the same time. But the internet's evolved. So as their abilities to do these things have evolved, so our abilities to resist them have evolved as well. We just have to make sure we keep on trying. And that's why, no matter what, I keep showing up and I keep bringing you the information, transferring my knowledge to you, my experience to you. hearing what you have to say, combining our collective experiences together, and attacking this thing one day at a time. Because to not do it, is to quit. And if I didn't do it this way, I'd be doing it the way I used to do it, right? Which was less effective, I believe. I mean, at a certain time and place, it was effective. And then you have to evolve with the times. Technology changed, the platforms changed, where people's interests were changed, where they got their information from changed, right? You have to change with that. So yeah, so as time went on, we're getting closer. The reason why it's sped up and they're moving so fast now is because, one, the resistance has grown to a formidable size, right? And then you have Trump who busted up the false left right paradigm. That was a huge moment. I keep going back to that, but it was such a huge moment in this war that we're in, right? Because it took away one of their major weapons, the illusion of choice, right? The illusion of choice that kept us all very confined in this little bubble. I mean, I don't know what we would have done. I mean, I guess that's where salvation or whatever comes in, some kind of providence, kind of like, balance in the universe where we got the right guy at the right time. And so they had to speed things up too, because as they were combating true opposition, true dissidents, right, for the first time, coming off of the Ron Paul revolution and into MAGA, they realized that they were going to either have to get this thing done now, or they're going to run out of time. It's good. People eventually will be lengthily or generationally deprogrammed from their subversion, right? Though it takes a lot of work. And heck, when I think about the world's problems, it's not just politics. It goes far beyond that. It goes into other realms, like things that are outside the control of government, right? And that's the way we have to look at it too, because they are coming at us from inside and outside of government, and we have just as many problems outside of government to deal with as we do inside. But we need to have control of the government. We need the government to be an honest system, as best as possible, with higher integrity than it has now, for sure, less corruption than it has now, for sure, in order to make the changes, have the support to make the changes that we need. Of course, we can just stop participating, right? But it's kind of like the idea, like, I'll just move out of the city, right? Well, then you give the city over to all the people. They get all the resources. They get all they control which direction elections go from the big cities. If you give up ground, right, they take it, they corrupt it even further, and it's even harder to fight. And then eventually, they just say, you know what? The reason why you guys are suffering isn't us, it's them. It's all the people that are outside in the rural areas. We have to get them in line. We have to make them pay for it. They're the ones doing it. Go get them, and then what do you do? So you can't quit. Let me see. But yeah, they have accelerated Wolfram, and they and it's timely. I believe it's on time that they shifted into high gear. Also, as a misnomer that they don't want their own kids, there's video evidence that their socialist conventions are setting up daycare for their own children. They want their children to continue. Of course, yeah. They think it's all good. They think it's all good. They're going to raise them to be good little commies. The generation, because they need to bring out the Marxist utopia. Well, yeah, the Marxist utopia is, Brave New World meets 1984. That's the way it's looking right now. We can change that, though. We can still have time. Saturation is a hell of a thing to bring notice for people who previously were not noticing. Yeah, Crown Target, you're absolutely right. Oh, look, you're over here on YouTube now. It is. And I've had to learn how to tone it down some. I've had to learn how to be a little bit more strategic in my approaches to things. Because I wore out a lot of conversations with people that, early on when I was flying off the handle a little bit as well, and still needing to further deeply understand things as I was reacting to them. But that's part of the process, right? That's why I always, I pull up people that are, seemingly grifting. And we learned a lot about the grifts, right? The grifts on YouTube and other platforms because of the algorithm and the way that it's set up. attention-based model they have, right? Plays right into the hands of grifting. And when they say that, they literally could sell lists of people who buy into grifts, regularly, click on them regularly, or involved commenting, thumbs upping, and whatever, right? And literally put those people's names on a list that gets sold to advertisers that then pump up the videos they want pumped up, because these are the ones people are going to click into and they're going to get ad revenues from, right? And that trickles down to profit eventually after enough exposure to it. But they wouldn't do it if it didn't work. That's what I always tell people too. I was like, they wouldn't, if it didn't work, they wouldn't waste the money on it or the time or their energy. They would be putting it towards another way to find something that works to benefit them. But yeah, you have to watch it. Just it's about planting seeds. Just plant seeds with those that are in the first. Bail, plant seeds, give them a place to talk, and they'll, without feeling attacked, and they'll come back. You go in there, start hitting them with freaking everything under the sun, and some things that aren't, confirmed. And that's what a lot of these people do. These grifters on X and other places, right? Who are pushing the chemtrails and all this other shit. It's everywhere. They're the ones that are going to ram everything down your throat in 5 minutes, right? As soon as you have an inkling, they've probably alienated everybody they can possibly talk to. Now they're online, just posting, and they're getting the feedback they want because they've been enabled, right? They've been enabled. It's given them that attention they didn't get when they were getting blocked out from other people for being too over the top, hyperbolic, unresearched, and then eventually they'll fall into that whole line of attack, right? Which we don't want to do now. We're beyond that point. The next line of attack is going to be something like we're looking at in UK, but on a different level. So we don't want that. We don't want that to happen. But we're gonna get a shift now into looking at what may happen and what we have to be prepared for. Yes, thank you for that, Wolfram. I appreciate it. Let's see. Indeed, we cannot win by choosing to be Ludates. What is that? Ludates. I haven't heard that, but thank you for that great use of that word. I don't know what it is, but I'm sure it's Luddites. I'm sure it's good though. We need to keep up, if only to be able to see what is occurring and stay in the fight. Yes, absolutely. Crown target. Like minds meet, late minds hanging out here on a Tuesday night. All right, so this is just hit the press today, hit the news wire today, whatever you want to call it, hit the stream. I'm having a hard time with words tonight. All right, so Raskin, right? We saw this Raskin guy. We've seen him around recently. We've seen him in the committee hearings regarding Secret Service and other things with July 13th, the foiled assassination attempt on President Trump. And each one of those guys, you look at him, you can't trust them. But check this out. If you haven't heard this yet, now this is a little bit of like, hold on a second. Let's just say Luddites were the political group who went around and smashed the machine factories in the Industrial Revolution. Yes. Awesome. Nice. Thank you for that. All right. Yeah. So unearthed footage. This is from 2017. So it's not that far back. Exposes the Democrats revealing Civil War plot to overthrow Trump. This is 2017, so he's already in office at this point. So I guess it was after the first, I don't know, what was the first thing they tried to impeach him over? Like, was this after that? I mean, let's listen to it and figure it out.
Never before in American history had a president called for a crowd to come contest the counting of electoral votes by Congress, or engaged in any effort designed to influence, delay, or obstruct the joint session of Congress in doing its work required by our Constitution and the Electoral Count Act.
Before I let him talk here from the past, something he said, they could have predicted what was going to happen when they did what they did. I'm sure they did that predictive modeling where they knew that if they got away with what they were trying to do, the reaction of the other side would be to do these things. And so they had their talking points ready, and they're like, well, this is just crazy. Who would have, we stopped voting in all the places that flipped overnight, right? And then we just kept counting until Biden won. But I can't believe people would question that. Like, that's just proper, right? It's like, they're like surprised that, they're going to come out there and act surprised about it. But they knew damn well people were going to respond to this and the way they did.
I have an objection because 10 of the 29 electoral votes cast by Florida were cast by electors not lawfully certified because they violated Florida's prohibition against dual office holding.
Debate is out of order.
All right, guys. So we got.
Hold on. Why was he out of order? Like, why was Biden saying he was out of order? That's weird. Was that Biden? 2017. I want to see this one more time.
Prohibition against dual office holding.
Debate is out of order.
Oh, wait. This is January 6th, 2017. Why is Biden there? What am I missing here? What looks wrong about this? What looks wrong about this? Biden was VP after Trump got elected? 2017, 2016, Trump got elected. The VP was Mike Pence. Oh, he went sworn to January 20th. Okay. All right.
All right, guys. So we got to talk about.
That's what I was messed up on. I was like, hold on, wait, the dates. I knew it was the dates, right? I knew it was the dates. So yeah, 20th is when he got sworn in. All right. Hey, Kay Marshall, how you doing? Wow, 94. Congratulations. That's awesome. I'm glad you're having a good time with that. I hope she has a great day. Great to see you. Thank you for being here.
Oh, this unearthed clip that is going viral of Democrat Party.
Are you downloading something? No. All right, hold on.
Insurrectionists.
If this is a little bit wonky, it'll come back here in a second. Just making sure. All right, here we go.
Jamie Raskin, who is a representative from Maryland, who is extremely Trump deranged. Okay, he's so Trump deranged that he's one of these guys that decided to try to contest the outcome of the 2016 election in Congress. You remember the thing that they told you that you're not supposed to do, okay, that Republicans did in 2020, that Democrats threw their hands up and tried to act like, oh, this is so unprecedented. Republicans can't do this. You can't contest the outcome of the election in Congress. Yeah, well, Democrats have been doing that for years, okay? They've been doing that since George Bush beat Al Gore, right? They've been doing it since 2000, okay? And 2016 was the latest year that they did it, and they've shown us ever since then that they want to do everything that they can possible in order to keep Trump from being reelected, even if that means overthrowing the Constitution, which is what they call amending the Constitution, which takes me to this unearthed video that is going viral of Jamie Ratkins giving this little talk at a so-called right to vote event in which they're going to talk about amending the Constitution, aka overthrowing the Constitution, in order for Democrats to continue to maintain power and control. Now, this footage, which I had a hard time finding the original clip. I'm so glad I found it because I know it's not AI. I know it's not fake. This was originally streamed on February 17, 2024. Okay, so I think that this was in reaction to the Supreme Court and their decision to not bar Trump from the ballots based off the 14th Amendment. Because remember, there were a ton of woke revolutionaries and anti-Trump Republicans weaponizing the secretaries of state, these Democrat secretaries of state, to try to keep Trump off the ballot based off the Democrat interpretation of the 14th Amendment. Now, we all know that that didn't work. And Jamie Raskins, again, who's a Democrat, has been planning this whole time for the court to not go along with the Democrats in their argument. And during this conversation, he revealed the Democrats' backup plan, which is to contest the election on January 6, 2025, if Trump wins. And they're preparing for a full-blown civil war scenario if they have to do that. Take a look.
What can be put into the Constitution can slip away from you very quickly. And the greatest example going on right now before our very eyes is Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, which they're just disappearing with a magic wand, as if it doesn't exist, even though it could not be clearer what it's stating. And so, they want to kick it to Congress. So it's going to be up to us on January 6, 2025, to tell the rampaging Trump mobs that he's disqualified. And then we need bodyguards for everybody in civil war conditions, all because the 9 justices, not all of them, but these justices who have not many cases to look at every year, not that much work to do, a huge staff, great protection, simply do not want to do their job and interpret what the great 14th Amendment means. And I'm glad that Sherilyn's creating her new center so we can bring that.
Yeah, so I want you guys to understand, Jamie Rackens, who's a sitting Democrat congressman, was hypothesizing a scenario in which the Supreme Court does not bar Trump for the ballot based off the 14th Amendment, which they did not do. Trump wins the 2024 election, which it appears as of today, there's a 50-50 shot of him winning. And if he does win, then on January 6, 2025, the Democrats will try to contest the outcome of the election by refusing to certify the results. Okay, this is essentially what Democrats claimed they were so upset about that Republicans were trying to do in 2020, right? But you have Jamie Rackens openly hypothesizing conducting an insurrection, okay? An insurrection if Trump wins.
Yep.
Again, the hypocrisy of the Democrats has no bounds, okay?
Right, and neither did they never quit either. They're gonna hold on, make sure I got my mic right. Okay, good, I do. All right. Right. So what are they gonna do this time? What are they gonna do this time? What's gonna be the big play this time? I'm gonna tell you at the end of this video what my take is on it.
These people are willing to do whatever and then point the finger at you and accuse you of doing what they do, right? Or being mad at you for doing what they do. Again, because Democrats have been doing this for years now, okay? We all saw at the beginning of the video, Jamie Rackens is no stranger to contesting the outcome of the election when Democrats lose. But this is the same guy that wants to bar Trump from the ballot. This is the same guy that wants to go after Trump for January 6th. But again, this guy, it seems to me, every time Democrats lose, he wants to find a way to try to overturn the election, which is exactly what he just hypothesized, right? Overturning the election, which again is something they said you couldn't do, right? Oh, you can't do that. You can't do that in Congress. But apparently Democrats can do it, though. It's right when Democrats do it, but it's wrong when Republicans do it. Again, it's amazing how that works. And trust and believe, guys, this guy is dead serious. I think he's dead serious because this is the same guy that after the Supreme Court came out with their ruling, he pushed legislation to try to have Trump removed from the ballot based off the 14th Amendment.
I want them and you to listen to something that you told me in August.
We've been saying all along that Section 3 of the 14th Amendment presents a clear and unequivocal statement that anyone who is sworn an oath of office, and by the way, not just a president, but members of Congress and others who hold federal office, who engage in insurrection or rebellion, having sworn an oath to uphold the Constitution against enemies, foreign and domestic, can never serve again in federal or state office. Donald Trump is disqualified.
So, Congressman, now that you've read the Supreme Court decision, which effectively says that they don't agree with that argument, what's your response?
Well, the court didn't exactly disagree with it. They just said that they're not the ones to figure it out. It's not going to be a matter for judicial resolution under Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, but it's up to Congress to enforce it. I disagree with that interpretation just because the other parts of the 14th Amendment are self-executing. People can go to court and say that something violates equal protection, even if there's not a federal statute that allows them to do that. But in any event, the Supreme Court punted and said it's up to Congress to act. And so I am working with a number of my colleagues, including Debbie Wasserman Schultz and Eric Swalwell, to revive legislation that we had to set up a process by which we could determine that someone who committed insurrection is disqualified by Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. And the House of Representatives already impeached Donald Trump for participating in insurrection by inciting it. So the House has already pronounced upon that, and there was also a 57-43 vote in the Senate. The question is whether Speaker Mike Johnson would allow us to bring this to the floor of the House.
A big question. I'm going to get to.
Yeah, so I want you guys to understand the undemocratic Democrats are hell bent on stopping President Trump from retaking the office of President of the United States. Okay, they will go as far as to try to overthrow the Supreme Court, which is what they're trying to do right now. Okay, this is exactly what Biden is trying to do. He's trying to overthrow the Supreme Court. They overthrew Joe Biden as a Democrat Party nominee. They tried to keep Trump off of the ballot via the 14th Amendment, even though Trump has not been charged with any act of insurrection. Nobody on January 6th was charged with anything having to do with an insurrection. They tried to throw Trump in prison with these politically motivated persecutions. Wouldn't be surprised if, somebody in power was responsible for the assassination attempt. That didn't work out either. They tried to bankrupt the man. They've tried everything in their power to stop Trump. And up until this point, nothing has worked. But it is important to be aware that the last Trump card that the Democrats have is the certification, the vote to certify on January 6, 2025, in which you just heard Congressman Jamie Ratkins, who's a Democrat, come out and say, yeah, we can just vote not to certify the election.
Mm-hmm.
We can just say that, no, we think that based off the 14th Amendment, that Trump is not qualified, therefore, we're not going to certify the election, in which he knows that that could possibly lead to a civil war scenario. And then he'll be pointing the fingers at Trump supporters as if you're the bad guy, right? We're the bad guys because we're upset the Democrats are trying to overthrow democracy in this country, okay? Their argument, right? Their argument for what overthrowing democracy is. But it really just goes back to what I've been telling you guys for a while now about what we possibly could see if Trump wins, okay? Because the media likes to engage in hypotheticals about what Trump supporters will do if Trump wins. It's like, no. If Trump wins, Trump supporters aren't going to do anything, okay? We're going to be celebrating, okay? We're probably going to be getting drunk, okay? I'm just saying. We're going to be celebrating, right? But we do know what the left will do if Trump wins. The left most likely will be rioting in the streets. Okay, I would not be caught near a liberal city, an inner liberal city, that is, if Trump wins. You don't want to be caught anywhere near, because based off history, we know what they're prone to do. Okay, they are prone to commit acts of political violence when they don't get their way. Okay, BLM, Antifa, Roe v. Wade, the pro-Palestinian rioters. Yeah. We've seen this replay over and over and over again. That's what we should be concerned about. Democrats.
Yeah, I mean, the day right after Trump got in, they threw a veiled protest against him as a woman's march, right? Which turned into an anti-Trump march, right? That's the very first thing they did.
Democrats will also be claiming that the election wasn't fair. Okay, they will be trying to contest the election in court. This is what they'll be doing. They will not accept the results. They will never accept Trump as legitimate. And then, like Jamie,
remember, when they do, we have to call them insurrectionists, like ad nauseum. Insurrection, left is insurrecting, insurrection. Let them argue about, we're not storming the Capitol, man. They are insurrectionists. Just keep calling them that, because they're so adverse to the word now that it may actually work.
Ratkins has proposed they'll probably try to contest the election on January 6th.
Yep.
And if that doesn't work, they'll try to impeach the guy again, right? They'll spend the next 4 years trying to impeach Trump. Again, these people are sick, right? They are sick and twisted. So, hey, I'm just saying, don't be surprised if a scenario like this occurs if Trump wins the election. So let me know what you guys think. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. Most importantly, share a Black conservative perspective.
Yes, definitely. All right, so we saw that part. Cool. All right, yeah. So first strategy we already see it, what they're doing, right? They're going to try to get more votes than they actually have by getting illegals to vote, right? That's the first thing. And they're going to try to slam that through. They're going to bust them in. They're going to, I mean, it's going to be chaos in terms of trying to figure out who's a legitimate voter or not. They're going to try to get it close. They're going to try to do the old switcheroo again, right? They're going to try to close down polls and keep counting after the day is over. They're going to try that. They're going to try that again. We'll see how far they get with it this time. We'll see what countermeasures are in place. It really has to just be a deadline on votes. Like if your state doesn't get their votes counted by a certain time, sorry, too bad. This is the reasonable time to get it done. I mean, if Florida can get it done, you guys can get it done. Right. So that's the first thing. And then, how many votes have to be taken out because they were cast illegally, right? They know that on election day, that's almost impossible to deal with. Right. So if they want to take it into the post-election period, right, we have to be ready to flush out all the bad votes as they're trying to, do whatever they're doing, whatever their little game is going to be that day. Right. We know a lot of their moves. We haven't seen them all, I'm sure, but we know a lot of them. But then leading up to the actual him getting sworn in, taking the position officially, right? They're going to lawfare, any kind of lawfare, any kind of this whole idea of them going and contesting it in the Senate, right? So what does that mean? That means we have to be like on the money on the down ballot, right? We have to make sure that we have a supporting cast for Trump. Like it's not just about the presidency, it's about who else is getting elected at the same time. So that's part of it too. Of course, they won't be sworn in on that day, so they won't have anything going on with that. But we may be able to hold them up long enough to get him in. But then once he gets in, he has to be able to get things done. So down ballot is going to be very important as well. And we have to make sure we get the right people in. We don't fall for the rhino trick. We don't fall for the neocon trick, right? We have to make sure we get the right people in. So it's going to be important. And as much as focus as there's going to be on the general election, the down ballot's going to be just as important. So, I'm hoping that they, because this information's out there and they kind of know the tricks now, that they're ready, but they better be more ready than they've ever been. Like they have to continue. They have to strategize and have contingency plans for their contingency plans, right? You have to start to understand them, think like them in terms of what they're going to do next, because they're not going to give it up easily. And this will go on from this election to the next. Now, hopefully we get election reform with 4 more years of Trump, and this will make things much harder on the establishment and keep them from being able to play games, right? And with that, maybe we can get some legal reformations too that help on election day, help make things as honest and fair and true to reality as possible without any of this rigged game shit. Let's see. Crown says, I like this guy, but he should clarify when he's dropping democracy. The left doesn't use this. Yeah, well, yeah, that's the thing with the word. I know what you're saying. We're trying to take the word back in a sense, right? I think I see that a lot of people are using it more often because they're using it so much, right? We're trying to take it back and give it its real meaning, which means basically just means rule of the people and not a monarch, right? That's really what it's supposed to mean. And rule at the will of the people, not the will of a monarch or king. That's what it's supposed to mean. And when the establishment says it, when Biden says it, they're a threat to our democracy, or somebody like that says it, they're talking about the establishment's democracy, the establishment's ability to rule over everybody, like they do their own people. They do their own base, like they do to all of us. But they, their own base hasn't picked their nomination, their own nominee in three runs now. They wanted Bernie, they got Hillary. They wanted Bernie, they got Biden. They settled on Biden and got Kamala. They didn't pick any of these people. Like the will of the Democratic Party has been snuffed out, and that's a strong talking point to make them realize that they don't need to be part of that anymore. So if you can use it the right way, get people to look into it, look into the word and understand it better, and also just say, hey, look, when these politicians and these people talk, on the left, when they say democracy, when the Bidens and the people like that say it, they're not talking about your will, they're talking about their will, right? They're talking about their will ruling over everybody, not your will as the voter. Just think about it. You haven't elected your own nominee in 3 runs. They've told you who your nominee is going to be 3 runs, and they've told you to your face that that's just the way it is. Now, if that's not a threat to democracy, what is, right? How are you getting a voice when they tell you who your nominee is going to be? That's a strong argument against that whole democracy thing. If somebody gives you the one-liner, well, Trump's a threat to democracy. I mean, well, it needs to, the Republicans have been able to choose their own candidate for the last 3 runs as opposed to the Democratic Party. I mean, think about it. And you're probably going to run into somebody who was a Bernie voter, who went into somebody besides Hillary. And they're going to remember that burn they got, right? They'll remember the second burn when they thought, well, this is the time Bernie's finally going to get in. Nope, he took the knee again. Well, without getting into the fact that, socialists are easily bought out and sold out and blackmailed, without getting into that, you could just point out to the fact that their votes meant nothing, that the establishment's going to rule over them. And that's what they mean by democracy when they say it. Now, when we say it, we're trying to say that, okay, just not being ruled by a king, right? Having the will of the people in a constitutional republic, which is what we are, elected representation that is supposed to speak for the will of the people. And if they don't, they have to go. They're not doing their job. That's what it means. And that little bit of education can go a long ways with people, actually. A lot of people are like, I just realized that I'm just repeating a phrase. I didn't even know what it meant. Thank you for that. Without even having to go much further. It's a little incursions that we can make to break the programming that do the biggest work, do the best work. So yeah, think about that, in refining conversations as we get to those conversations. Now, let me ask you a question. How many people out in the crowd, how many people actually get into conversations, still political conversations with people on the other side these days? Like, my interactions with the other side have dropped tremendously, right? So I'm more just here trying to help facilitate conversation and information and hand down my experience to others, right? To make all that time I put into it pay off for other people as well. And so I don't get into the ground war so much, between one person and another, right? Day in and day out. How many people have you? I'm really curious. Everybody out in the crowd, please chime in. How many of y'all are still having conversations about political things with people on the other side? Like, I mean, getting into good political conversations, good, bad, whatever. Whether it be like little comment battle on Facebook or something, or post, someone posts something and there's comments, conversation in the comments, or somebody, some neighbors, friends, acquaintances, people that you work with. Who does anybody still do that? Like, I really want to know, like, if all the people commenting tonight, talking, if you're still engaging in these kind of conversations. I'm really curious what the ratio is on this side right now. Everybody just said, okay, look, it's not even worth talking to them about it anymore. What do you guys think? Hey, Outpost, what's up? So Shelly says they won't talk to me. They'll sneer at me and make it personal, but a conversation, never. I do with a friend and it's difficult. Okay. Hey, you have an open line of communication, at least for now. And just, I would say, Paige, think about, some of the approaches and strategies I'm talking about, and try them out and see, let me know if they work. Let me know how they work for you. Just try the chipping away approach, planting seeds and watering the seed and helping it grow. And see if that helps lead them into the light. And that's really what we're trying to do. We're trying to lead them to a moment of clarity that will help them see the world more clearly as it is, and outside of that establishment narrative, from behind that veil, right? But if you do have an open line of communication with somebody and you do have a chance at making a difference, take it. I mean, really, it's one way or the other. I mean, think about it like this. Eventually everybody has to pick a side. And if our side, we can't get the peaceful solutions that we're shooting for, We have to expect that, things are eventually going to go to a certain place, right? And at that time, what side will you be standing on? What side would they be standing on? That's the that's the end. That's the end of that, right? So it doesn't hurt to try at this point, because eventually they're going to pick a side. And I'll tell you what, if Trump wins when he wins in 2024, when he wins in November, right? There's going to be that rebirth, that resurrection of the hate for Trump and Trump supporters, because I think there is. Hopefully there won't be that much, and we'll see exactly how many people have come over to the other side. But there's going to be that backlash, right? Because they're going to think the world's coming to an end. They're going to all the implanted ideas, bad takes, bad information that they've been programmed with is going to come to the surface. They're going to be triggered. They're going to react emotionally because that's what they've been programmed to do. So you do good. So yeah, it's worth it at this point, because they may be gone eventually anyways. And we don't know when that's going to be, or how far they're going to take it. We need to do something about the way the media works, and the ability to program people. That's a long battle though. Right now we just have to get the country back, get the reins of power back in reasonable and responsible hands, and then see what we can get done in 4 years. And then we'll, look at where we're at in 28, and hopefully we have enough momentum and enough excitement about the way things are going that we can usher in a new candidate that's going to excite them, and like Vivek, and be able to stay there for 8 years and get more done. If we can get a 12-year run in, that's half a that's a generation, almost a full generation. We can do a lot of good in that time, especially when we hit around the 4-year, 5-6 year mark, right? And things are going really well. We can get a lot of things done, and they'll be crying, "Oh, I did this and did that," but look how great we're doing, right? And as we have the Generation Z come up, and I got some good news on Saturday about that, that they're more and more are rejecting the establishment, that the numbers are changing. So I want to save that for Saturday night, though. I want to go through all my good news tonight. I'm going to save that for then. But we do have good news on that front, that Generation Z is a little bit more reasonable than the previous generation. So we do have some hope there. Of course, half of them are going to be wrecked and so on, but a lot of them are getting fed up with all the things that are happening, and they're starting to rebel in the right way. So you do Trio X. So when you're doing it, talk about your approaches, anything that you want to add, and how what you found is working, what's not working, and consider some of the things I've laid out as good strategies, talking points, ways to approach Tim Walz. Like, oh yeah, he's a World Economic Forum guy. What does that mean? Oh yeah, you haven't checked that out? Let me send you a link to their website. Look at this Agenda 2030 they're putting out. Look at all the things they want to do, right? So some of these sound really good. Well, yeah, but then you can go point by point with them, right? Some of them they're not going to like. People want their privacy. They want their liberty. And they don't like it when people try to take it away. And I tell you what, one thing the left really hates is when their vote is like gold, and it's like the most awesome thing in the world to them. And they think that their vote doesn't count, or someone took away their vote. Even the old schoolers will get mad about that. Don't tell me my vote doesn't count. Don't tell me that. Well, I can't help you if you side with evil, but I can help you get away from it. All right. Where are we at? Yeah. Okay. So yeah, every time I try to talk to my college classmates, they would run to the chair of the department and try to get me in trouble. Where did you go to college, man? High school, university? That's crazy. I agree. The conversations are important, and I'll keep trying. Yeah, keep trying. Just plant those little seeds, man. Plant those little seeds and watch them grow. And remember what the goal is that moment of clarity, and the moment of aha. That's when you can get them most effectively, get people to fully open their mind, right, and be able to accept and critically look at new information. And when they start seeing all the gaps getting filled in, they're gonna be like, "What in the hell?" We all know, we've been through it, so we know. It could be a generational difference too. At my age, my friends and the people I know are fully indoctrinated and set in their ways, even when they can't tell me why they support this policies. You know, you'd be surprised. Some people fall out of it, even in older times. I mean, Mother Perez, she's changed her ways, hasn't she? Or are they always like that? I don't know. But you know, you'll be surprised. Maybe some people you haven't talked to in a long time, maybe they've lost touch with you, and they remember some of the things you said, and they've snapped out of it, and now they're like, "Dang, you know, so and so is right." Or I mean, I wish I could still talking to so and so because I need to try to find them because man, you know, I realized that you know they were actually the ones that were trying to help me out. They were looking out for me. Let's see. The majority of opposition I am in contact with are uninformed and programmed off of TikTok sound bites and Facebook video clips. Obviously, highly edited. It's difficult. It is difficult. I'm just saying if you do actually have you know, and hey, what it's for what it's worth, if you know, there's good ways to practice, right? So it's like you realize, okay, I'm probably not gonna get through this guy, but let me just throw some stuff at them and see how they respond. You learn so much by the way people respond, right? Man, I had this system down where I could literally tell you what the next thing out of someone's mouth was going to be on an issue. Like I was so good at it. And I'd actually start calling it out before it happened. It would get to people because I would be so far ahead of them in the conversation. Not always the best, but it's more like almost like showing them that they don't know what they're talking about, or that their talking points aren't original without actually having to say it, right? Just by being one step ahead. But I could always tell when they were getting ready to fight or fly. You could tell when you wasted their talking points to the ground, and then you learn the talking points, and you learn how to take those talking points down quickly. And you know, it's like, well, they're going to run away and they're going to call you a name anyways. So maybe to the people that are watching, someone observing on a third party, now they become the example, and that person might have the moment of clarity off of that. Like I said, I think that I've done so much of that. I mean, like I'm sitting here saying, hey, if you have an opportunity, go do it. I'm not even in a position to debate people on the other side right now. I mean, I could, but I don't, you know, I don't have anybody to debate, or, you know, they don't come up here and try to actually have a conversation with me and come into the house here and try to hang. But I did it so much. I did it night after night for years and years and years and years. It was just a part of life. So I get it. And it's a lot of energy. Yeah, I hear you. To me, it doesn't sound very fun at all, but if you have the opportunity, you never know, you might reach somebody. You could make a difference. I've reached people. I've pulled them out of the darkness. I've done it many, many, many times, and it is possible. It just takes a lot of work, and I would say that what I've learned is to understand that if they're not reachable, they're going to end up on the other side anyways. So you have nothing but time in your hands to kind of inch them into it. And just, you know, I'll give you all the hints I can possibly give you. If you have somebody you really care about and you really want to work on, and you think that they may be to be reachable, you know, I'm happy to help. I'm happy to help. You can always bring your anything you have here on, you know, any one of my shows, usually probably one of the weekday shows. I'll stop and do what I can to help. Like I'll listen to your scenario and give you my best advice. So, all right. Well, thank you guys for answering that question and helping me out with that. Cause I'm always curious about what it's like out there for other people these days. All right. So we're going to move into, do I have anything else here? I feel like I had one more thing, maybe not. If not, I'll come back to it. But I want to move into, okay. Oh, you know, there was this Aiden Ross and Donald Trump interview this week that people were digging. People were digging, and did I save it? It's a little bit long for tonight, I think, but I can give you kind of like the. Oh yeah, there's going to be Elon is going to interview Trump. Trump's going to interview. Who's interviewing who? They're going to have a conversation together on Monday, and I'm going to cover it. So come here for that. I know a lot of people. It'll be on X, but we're going to do it. We're going to watch it here. as well. So if you enjoy the commentary and you enjoy the crowd, come here for it. We'll be doing that on Monday. I think we'll be able to, I may be able to roll that into Unrig the Game. So I'll have to take a look at it and see what the time is on that. And I really don't like to skip, don't want to skip too many chapters, when we're consistently reading. But if we have to, we'll do it that way. But also, oh yeah, before I went into this, I wanted to go into the Rumble and X thing. Let me get on that. That was the thing I want to talk about. Rumble and X teaming up for here. It's a little bit, it's not like the headlines would have you believe kind of like they're completely unified and they're merging in some way. They're just tackling the same issue together. And so I'm gonna roast them. I'm gonna roast them a little later in the show, but I'll bring him in for now to explain the situation quickly. Let me see. Open that up. Where did I put you? Give me 1 second. Let's see. Let's go here. There it is. Okay. All right. Yeah. And oh yeah. And like I said, the Aiden Ross Trump interview. I'll do that next. So let's do this real quick because that was on the agenda, and then I'll talk about the Aiden Ross Trump interview. If you guys want to see it, I can play it in full, but I'm probably going to just let you guys watch that on your own. But it did have some impact. He gave him like a gold watch, and he gave him like a Rolex and a Cybertruck with his picture on the side of it, which I think is kind of odd. I mean, it's like, what do you buy? I mean, Trump's like, oh, this is nice, but I mean, it's like, most people got a Rolex and a Cybertruck would be like, oh my God, how much do you spend on the holy shit? And he was impressed with the cost and all. But I mean, what do you buy one of the richest men in the world, that doesn't already have or can't just, buy it on a whim? Rolex, gold Rolex watch, that's really nice. I just met you, but you're giving me a watch and a truck. It's kind of suspicious. I don't know. I don't know if it was a good call for this kid to do this. Maybe he just wanted to do something really nice for him and he thinks the world of him. And still, I mean, even though you have heroes, don't kiss their asses. Don't. I don't know. I think it was a little too much, honestly. But you guys can watch it for yourself. The truck looks cool and all, but he could have bought. Trump could have bought 100,000 of those trucks just for fun and just run them into each other and never felt it. So, I mean, the only thing you can buy is the richest people in the world that they don't have that they want is time, right? So you just buy them time in whatever way you can. So that's what they really want is time. All right. So let's take a look at this real quick. We're going to let Jeremy tell us about this. This is his wheelhouse. He does this better than he does trying to analyze events that way, as we'll see later on.
Rising. It's victory.
So yeah, Chris Pavlovsky says Google just found out they can't rig the search market to exclude their competitors anymore. Soon a cabal of advertisers and agencies will find out they can't arbitrarily engineer a boycott of Rumble and X. So yeah, we've joined X to sue them, and we'll see them in court. So this is the Rumble guy, right?
Is at hand.
Breaking news: Rumble has joined X to sue a cartel of advertisers and ad agencies who conspired. Here's a conspiracy to block ad revenue from going to certain platforms and content creators. GARM, anybody want to guess what the G stands for? Was a conspiracy to perpetuate an advertiser boycott of Rumble and others. And that's illegal. This is running off the this is going with the again, the lawsuit, the antitrust lawsuit that Google just lost. We've been on a 3-day run of talking about this in different ways, right?
This night, the land will be stained with the blood of
All right, so why do you guys play copyrighted stuff in the beginning? So we tried being nice for 2 years and got nothing but empty words. Now it's war. Elon Musk.
Leave none alive.
Why are you doing this?
Court ruled against Google, which your slash YouTube
There we go.
antitrust lawsuit victory, meaning
Right?
the court ruled against Google,
Cybertruck.
which you're going to see right after this video. We have now seen two of the loudest, biggest free speech, open speech proponents join forces, meme style. Elon Musk, X, Linda Yaccarino, and Rumble have now joined forces to sue GARM, which is the advertising agency that controls 90 cents of every dollar that gets spent on internet advertising. Essentially, it is a cabal that makes sure sites that do not preach the message do not survive. That your
Yep. Does he have like is that Sonichu in the background? He's got all these toys. Is that Sonichu? I know that's Sonic. Is that Sonichu? Or is that just another character? Because like, you know, Sonichu is cursed.
salaries will not get paid, that your advertisers will not support your work. This is one of the most important lawsuit fights among many others going on. Obviously, X is going after Media Matters, which I hope he bankrupts them. Chris Pavlovsky, CEO of Rumble. We've got some comments from him. Let's listen to Linda Yaccarino. This is a far change from her singing songs about putting on masks.
Yaccarino.
Hey, everybody. I was shocked by the evidence uncovered by the House Judiciary Committee that a group of companies organized a systematic illegal boycott against X. It is just wrong, and that is why we are taking action. Today, we filed an antitrust lawsuit against the Global Alliance for Responsible Media, 4 of its key members, and the World Federation of Advertisers.
Yes, not just GARM, but members of GARM. You should have some personal responsibility for this, some personal pain if you want to promote this kind of thing. This is
yeah, okay. I'm excited too. But you know, I keep thinking about how much money these people have and what kind of lawyers are going to roll out for this.
Exactly what you do.
These organizations targeted our company and you, our users. The evidence and facts are on our side. They conspire to boycott X, which threatens our ability to thrive in the future. That puts your global town square, the one place that you can express yourself freely and openly, at long-term risk.
Yes, it does. I would say Rumble also allows you to. By the way, I've been telling you for days now. Have you downloaded the Rumble app? I'm sure you already have the X app. Follow the quartering on X, okay? Also,
Winning
important
Reality.
to download the Rumble app and follow your favorite content creators there. I'm not saying you have to leave YouTube and never use YouTube. What I'm saying is add it to your rotation. I'm live every day at 1 Eastern on Rumble. Use the Rumble app.
You know, and what he's saying here, and I'm going to interrupt him because he's just plugging himself. But you know, now you can see like things ramping up. Now's a good time if you haven't gone on Rumble and X to start opening accounts on those platforms and using them. And because you know, it looks like there are going to be more opportunities there. Like if they can really bust this down, if this really goes somewhere, right? We're just talking about. It's good that there's something happening, but you know, will we see something coming from it? We're used to things. We're used to getting excited about things that never come to fruition, right? So I've just learned how to temper my expectations and be like, "This is nice. I hope it works out." You know, I hope it works out. I hope we see some real change come from it, right? But if it doesn't, you know, I don't get overly. I guess I don't get too overly invested in believing that it's going to happen just because, right? So I got to see it now to believe it. Lex, what's up? Wow, I made a long comment about debating with people, and I think YouTube nuked it. Damn, that sucks, man. That sucks. Well, you got a Rumble account. You want to put it over there, and I'll you know, if it's gone, it's gone, right? I know how you feel, man. It's like you know, you wish like, man, if I had just copied that before I hit enter, right? But how are you supposed to know? How are you supposed to know? That sucks, man. I wanted to read it. But if you want to summarize it and be safe and put it on X, I'll put it up on screen and we can read it from there. Sorry to hear that happen, man.
Or go to rumble.com/c/the quartering and follow me there. I have 227,000 followers. It's not like nobody's on Rumble.
Yeah. 2020. Yep. And I'm just a little bit behind him at 469. So, oh, hold on. Let me just refresh it. Nope, still 469. We're still there. Slow night on Rumble, but we're that's okay. That's okay. Lots going on. Rumble picks up. We always have great rewatches on Rumble. Rumble, we're with you, man. I want to see Rumble do well, and you guys can give a thumbs up over there and follow. That would help out a lot. Okay.
Lots of people are there, and people need to support free speech platforms to give them power to do stuff like this.
Yeah.
Hurt when the marketplace of ideas is constricted. No small group of people should be able to monopolize what gets monetized. This group is no match for the power of our users. All of you, the very same users that have driven usage of X to all-time highs. I joined X because I believe in the power of the global town square.
I think this woman got red
It's
pilled.
users like you, people of all backgrounds and opinions, who make X indispensable. You deserve an open platform where your views can be expressed without restriction and without fear. To all of you who have been part of this transformative journey that we're on, thank you. Rest assured, X has never been more committed to innovating and expanding all of our global town square.
Absolutely
Yes,
love it.
I
There's
believe
a far
her.
cry from her doing a dance, telling college kids to wear their masks and
Right.
the social distance and all that
Far
kind of
distance.
stuff.
Yeah.
But it's, once you see,
very serious
right?
about it.
Once you
She's got her
have
hands out.
the matrix literally revealed to you, as almost certainly was the case for Linda Yaccarino,
Yay,
you become
Yaccarino.
pretty grizzled. You see Colin Rugg here saying, "Good, take all
I
their
didn't hear
money."
that.
Have you tried banning the bad guys from WW2? It doesn't matter. Everyone should have a platform. I obviously disagree with a lot of people on X, but advertisers are also fully allowed to choose not to spend their money on X. That's fine. What this lawsuit is about, and what was revealed without a doubt in congressional hearings last week, was that there were emails being sent around to have, the Daily Wire, Rumble, X, other social media platforms it was being told to them, to their members, do not advertise with these websites. Do not advertise with them. It's like when you go through, it's like when they show those old videos of like, a black guy gets pulled over in a small town in the South and is like,
Hey,
the cops like,
Yaccarino.
wow, sure would be some, or no, it's a better example is if the mob comes and says, hey, you got to pay for your, you got to pay for this, that, or the other thing. Your protection sure would be a shame if something happened to your business. That's how GARM works. And now you see Rumble. Rumble has joined X to sue a cartel of advertisers and ad agencies who conspired to block ad revenue from going to certain platforms and content creators. GARM was a conspiracy to perpetuate an advertiser boycott of Rumble and others, and that's illegal. You can see here their full release here. In its filing with the U.S. District Court in Northern District of Texas, Rumble named as defendants in the World Federation of Advertisers, as well as the advertising agency, WPP, and its subsidiary, Group M Worldwide. The conspiracy centers around an initiative.
The World Federation of Advertisers. The World Federation. Anything with world in it just sucks, man.
If the Global Alliance for
except for world, except for WWE, right?
Responsible media created by the World Economic Forum that establish arbitrary standards for the content on digital platforms where members may want to advertise. GARM used
the conspiracy centers around an initiative called the Global Alliance for Responsible Media, GARM. Global. I gotta ask you, guess what the G stands for, right? I'm gonna pull up their website after this.
One of those one-size-fits-all standards to perpetuate an advertiser boycott against Rumble and other platforms. This suit also notes that GARM has a vast reach since it counts the 6 largest ad agency holding companies among its members. The unlawful conduct alleged by Rumble is also the subject of an ongoing investigation by the U.S. House Judiciary Committee in Congress. An interim committee staff reports issued in July that the way GARM is operated in this regard is likely illegal under antitrust laws and threatens fundamental American freedoms. Rumble is seeking a declaration that the defendant's conduct is illegal, a permanent injunction against the continued conduct, damages, interest, and legal fees, among other things. This is how you do it. You have to take the fight to them. What's the best way you can support? Use X. Become a paying member of X. I just upped my X membership to the gold membership in support. You can download the Rumble app, follow your favorite content creators on Rumble, ask them why they're not on Rumble. The best way you can support, watch live stream. I'm live Monday through Friday at 1 Eastern, plus randomly at night. I'll stream video games on Rumble. I mean, I use it all the time. I'm hoping that you start to work it into your rotation. Here's Elon Musk. We tried being nice for 2 years and got nothing but empty words. Now it's war. Chris Pavlovsky, agreed. It's war. Wall Street Silver, the memes war. Elon woke up and chose war. Of course, you realize this means war. I mean, you have to go and you have to bankrupt these companies. They control too much of the internet. They control too much of your speech. And for all the people, myself included, that were blackpilled about these congressional hearings. Yeah, Ted Cruz got a cool soundbite for Fox News, but what else? But what changes? Well, not much until now. Not much until people started suing. Rumble themselves. Now, Elon, obviously, these are two people that have plenty of money to carry on lawsuits against these agencies and should win these lawsuits. They showed literal emails in the congressional hearings where they were like, one of the advertisers said, "Hey, guess what? We took your advice and chose not to advertise on X," proving that they were advised not to advertise on X. This is Elon Musk retweeting Rumble. You've never seen this. There's always been like this quiet, like, we know that Elon wants to make Rumble, or Elon wants to have video, and he's never really promoted Rumble. When he talks about free speech platforms, he only ever talks about X, even though Rumble is very, very, very just as popular. This retweet is awesome. I'm just going to say, everyone download both Rumble and X. Become paying.
You said, what do you say? You said like every 90 to 95 cents of advertising dollars goes through GARM. Is that right? That's huge.
Supporters to help fight for free speech. I'll say also follow the quartering. This is like breaking in real time. That's why I'm I'm kind of hectic covering this. I'm going to be live at 1 Eastern, obviously talking about this.
All right. So we got it.
Elon, I don't think has ever retweeted any kind of any Rumble news.
Rumble news.
Everyone who has been boycotted should file a lawsuit in every country they've been boycotted. Sharing the Rumble lawsuit. I don't know if they've been kind of working behind the scenes together. I have no inside knowledge of that. I think you have to do that. You have to support these platforms that are fighting for free speech. You can't just put up videos complaining about being demonetized to Daily Wire and stuff like that. You have to get involved and put your skin in the game. I'm putting my skin in the game by telling people to watch my videos on Rumble, where I make much less money than I do on YouTube because of the long-term value of that. I'm paying $1,000 a month to support X. I've renewed my support. I've had my criticisms of certain things that X has done, but this is a big one. This is a massive, massive, massive lawsuit that they must win. And obviously they'll need our support to do so. And I think the best way to support it is just by using X, using Rumble, following your favorite creators, tell them that if they're not using them, to start using them. And hey, Linda Yacarino, hopefully this is your redemption arc. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, make sure you leave a like on it. If you haven't yet, subscribe or follow down below. We'll talk to you guys.
All right. Yep. We'll talk to you real soon. By the end of the episode, we're gonna be talking. All right. Good. Nice on that. It's breaking news stuff. No big deal. All right. So good stuff though. I hope that it works out. I wanted to pull, where did I put it? Let's take a look at these GARM people real quick, just so we have a better knowledge of them. This is actually from the world. Yeah, this is them right here. Okay. Then weird's going to happen, right? Okay, let's do it. GARM. Here's your GARM. So anybody want to guess before we get going some of the terminology we may run across on this page? Anybody want to just throw some words out in the chat? Some of the terminology we may come across, some of the things we may find on this GARM page here. Let me just increase the size. All right, is that enough? There we go. All right, here we are. GARM, Global Alliance for Responsible Media. Something they're not doing. Oh, isn't that cute? Little JavaScript, little old school JavaScript going on there. All right. It's Global Alliance for Responsible Media is a cross-industry initiative established in 2019 by the WFA, the World Federation of Advertisers. They sound like a formidable bunch, don't they? To help the industry address the challenge of illegal or harmful content on digital media platforms and its monetization via advertising, right? that's a very tricky way of wording that. Well, illegal or harmful content. What is that? I know what harmful content is. It's subversion. It's propaganda, like dark propaganda coming out of the establishment. I mean, these are all the people you work for, but so like everybody else but them, right? What's the illegal stuff? What advertising cigarettes? What are they talking about? Illegal stuff. I think people have stopped. I think they stopped advertising cigarettes. I don't know. I guess they just advertise vapes now. But I mean, what else are they talking about? Like pornography or something? I don't know. What are they talking about here? But whenever you have a group come together to address the challenges of, and they're global, they have like a global or a world name in it. I'm always skeptical. In fact, I'm pretty sure it's all been co-opted. It's not worth a damn anymore. Just don't. If you're gonna start something, don't call it global or world, and you'll be all right. Yeah, DI. Okay, yeah, I think you're gonna come across some of that. I gotcha. Cori Bush, a member of the squad, lost her primary. Good. Lost. Wolfram, this is a direct defiance to DEI and BlackRock, the driving force behind it. That's good too. Definitely. All right. Benefiting advertisers, invest significant time, money, and resources to building reputations and brands that consumers trust. Oh, I see. They're helping with their reputation and branding. That's high dollar stuff right there. The trust suffers when ads are placed adjacent to illegal or harmful content. Well, like an establishment politician lying their ass off about Trump. Don't see any of those ads being pulled. GARM's goal is and always has been to promote transparency and accountability. Well, you're getting ready to be accountable, aren't you? Let's hope that goes through. In digital and social media. No, it's to dictate and pick the winners, to break the market is what we're really doing. And which in turn helps drive media effectiveness. Ooh, yeah. You want that globalist effective media programming the soft young minds of generations of Americans, and the world for that matter. Let's see. I don't read this whole thing. I'm not advertising for them. Operational media decisions. Sure, you're not. They say we're not involved in operational media decisions at all. We just affect the money. Oh, look, the global media sustainability framework. If anybody wants to check out that riveting PowerPoint, it's right there. What else you got? Some stuff over here. I'm not going to click on it. See, uncommon industry collaborations to improve digital safety. Same damn thing they said up. Come on, guys. It's the same shit you said above. Yeah. How many times you got to reuse the same paragraph? Lazy. GARM's lazy too. Okay, yeah. So yeah, flagship. What's to say? GARM was launched at Canis in the summer of 2019. I'm sure I pronounced that wrong. And has been working hard to highlight the changes needed for advertisers to feel more confident about advertising on social media. These people are behind a lot of shit, I bet. As November 2019, GARM is a flagship product of the World Economic Forum. There it is, guys. There it is. There it is. And I'm glad you guys put that in red because it is a giant red flag. It's a giant red flag. There it is. Flagship. And what did we learn? This is why I brought this up. What did we learn when we did our Davos coverage this year? What was going to be their number one thing this year, right? This, right, what we're looking at right here was this, they have to cut down on the anti-establishment content in the world. This to make it, just to be direct about it. Anything that contradicts their narratives that may harm their Agenda 2030. This was the big thing at Davos, right? So it's the big thing for the WEF. This was the number one goal, was to deal with this problem this year, right? And what do we have here? This is going to put a wrench into that little agenda item, isn't it? So, I mean, I love seeing precise strikes, man. So they say this is what they want to have happen this year. More GARM for everybody, right? This was going to be their mechanism, their delivery system. right here. And we got the richest men in the world, 2 biggest free speech platforms right now, I guess, out there. I guess it's fair to say that, going after them. So we need to make some progress. If anything, stymie them, and I can't wait to hear the crying, the boohoo, whining, and crying of at Davos 2025, which of course I'll cover, because this was supposed to be their baby. This is supposed to be their baby. This is supposed to solve. They were tasked by Klaus Schwab to get out there and fix the problem, right? All right, cool. There you have it. Less UN terminology, WEF, Golden Child, flagship project. Let me see here. Let me see if this is worth clicking into. Oh, wow. Okay, this is a quick read. We can do this real quick, and then we'll move on. All right. Here we are, their favorite place. They partnered with, they were created by. But anyways, yeah, let's just say they partnered with them. Partnered with the WEF. Garm partnered with the WEF, no surprises there, to improve the safety of digital environments, addressing harmful and misleading media while protecting consumers and brands. The initiative, led by the WFA, which brings together advertisers agencies. We know all this. Why you keep putting it out there? Okay. Advertisers agencies, media companies, and industry organizations to improve digital safety at scale. Yeah, because you're our benevolent dictators, right? GARM was launched in June 2019 in partnership with the Association of National Advertisers, ANA, and CMO Growth Council. Two groups I haven't heard of yet. The alliance will leverage the forum's existing network of industry, academic, civil society, and public sector partnerships to amplify its own digital safety, safe from those people who may blow it for us. That's the safety they're looking for. Like, don't blow it. We're trying to install a nefarious agenda here. Don't blow it. You're making it unsafe to have a globalist agenda implemented and take over countries, right? And to ensure that consumers and their data are protected online, or just collected online, with a healthier media ecosystem. I'm not going to click anymore. Yeah, they got to look at the website. You go, hey, come on down to the WEF's website, and we'll tell you all about what we're going to do to censor the opposition and make sure that they can't make any money doing this, right? Make sure that they can't have a media outlet of their own, right? Yep. So that's who we're fighting, guys. Those are the people that make life rough on all of us, especially as small creators, for sure. And if you'd like to learn more about GARM, just go ahead and look them up and go to their website, wfanet.org. Enjoy your evening reading all their bullshit. All right, that's all the bullshit of theirs I'm going to read. Let's move on to our next segment here after I check in with the crowd. All right. All right, so that's all that. Hey, Heidi. Sorry, but it sounds like socialist propaganda to me, especially with the global in it. Yeah, I know. Well, yeah, the idea is that we make an entire generations of people just become adverse to the word global and globally and globalist. And, as the thing that you least want to be in this world, or at least want to be involved with this world, the thing you trust the least. Because that when it says global, it's not coming from this country. It's coming from out there in the ones who sit above us all, global ownership class, right? Out there in the fourth veil. But many people don't see. That's why people don't react to these world organizations the way they should. It's veiled. They don't understand that they're a threat. It's veiled by everything else in front of it. Let's see, commie stuff, sustainability. Exactly. Yeah. Well, the globalists want to have stakeholder capitalism, which is just communism with them at the top in an oligarchy form, and socialism here at the bottom for us until it collapses into communism. And then you have your utopia, which is just going to be lovely, a bunch of androgynous people who are scarred from birth, who probably don't even know their parents, wandering around in uniforms, doing the job they were assigned from birth, and living off scraps and fake food with their digital currency that can be shut off if they don't do what they're told. Sounds like a great future, doesn't it? Let's see. They lack innovation and imagination. Unless they're defining what a woman is, then it's all imaginary. Yeah. Well, they got all kinds of imagination going on there. You know, that's the thing about the light and the dark. In the light, you have to face the truth. In the dark, you can make things up. And what's there, I don't know. It's dark. I'll just make something up. That'll be my reality. It's the whole Plato's cave thing, right? One of the largest mantras of socialists is no one is freed until everyone is freed. Hence, global control necessary. Yes, yes, indeed. That way, you have everybody under your control and nice and free in your prison. Where is Kyle on calendar? He sends me all kinds of stuff. Oh yeah, actually, he did send me some stuff I need to. That's the other thing I want to look at. He sends me all kinds of stuff about socialism and whatnot. And then when we talk about it, he's never here. And it's like, if you talk about socialism, I was like, we just did. You missed it. Oh yeah, we did. We do have to circle back on this. Yeah, this is a good one. We do. The thing about this is these right here. I haven't confirmed them, but we're gonna look at them anyways. We'll put them in the category of not sure, but we're gonna look at it anyways. And I'll pull that up here in a second. Let me finish reading. Growth Council. Who's growth exactly, right? Good question. Who's growing? It's top down from the UN and the EU. Now, would you say the UN is above the EU? I would. Yep. And listen to the wolf, everybody. Where no matter what platform you're on, it's okay. You can do the same things there as you can do on YouTube or anywhere else. Exercise your freedom. Your freedom to hit the like button, your freedom to hit the follow button, freedom to hit the subscribe button. YouTube, of course, is draining subs. It couldn't stand the fact that I got to my all-time high on YouTube. So as soon as it saw that, that was during the DNC, I mean the RNC coverage, right? And all that stuff when I was going, hours and hours a day. I got to my highest, and then they started draining me back down. They're trying to drain me back down again, guys. So make sure that you're subscribed. I'm sure everybody chatting here is, because otherwise you wouldn't be able to. But yeah, and if you're out there and you believe in free speech and you want to fight the bad guys, support everybody. You may not agree with 100% of things I say. And even if you're like, you're still you kind of still believe some of the conspiracies I don't, or something like that. It doesn't matter. All right. Hang out with us anyways. Let my opinion work, be part of the things that you're listening to, just to form your own, right? Here's some of it. Maybe, even if it's not that, I'm sure we agree on a lot of other stuff. So even if we're not 100%, let's still hang out, man. You're still welcome here. I don't care if you buy into the grifts or not. But if we could all talk about the open conspiracies, the ones we like to talk about here, to focus our energies together, talk about re-electing Trump and going against the establishment, be a part of the anti-establishment, we're all on the same team. So whether you agree, whether we agree 100% or not, and whether we may butt heads from time to time, doesn't matter. I still want you to hang out. Just be part of the crowd. Add, without going over without jumping the shark on that stuff, but listen to what we're talking about and add to the conversations that are going on, right? I guarantee you there'll be good stuff. All right. So no matter where you're at, thumbs up, follow. Let's be friends. No, the UN is the authority to push the EU. Yes. Okay, so we agree on that totally. Heidi, when you look deep into the WHO, the World Health Organization, and the Food and Drug Administration, one finds that they're one of the biggest socialistic Marxist organizations. Oops, I said something controversial. Yeah, I mean, why wouldn't they be, right? Crown Target, they say they specifically are not defining women because it harks back into their aim to disrupt the nuclear family, exactly, which they believe sustains capitalism, as parents will teach their own kids their beliefs. Yeah, I know. I'm thinking about that. Like when they're growing up, seeing something very odd as far as a family unit goes. What is that impression making on them? We're going to find out in a generation, aren't we? We're going to find out, 10, 15 years or whatever, exactly what that does to people, right? And how do those types of families persist? Do they maintain, or does it turn into the biggest meltdown issue ever? Like, and causing severe trauma across the board. I don't know. We'll find out. I'm sure there's a mix of both. I'm probably a mix of both, because that's the way life is, right? It's a big bell curve. So Yeah, and not only that, but it also is demoralizing to the rest of us. You know, this whole idea. It's demoralizing to the rest of us, to the rest of us, to have to deal with it, to have to the fact that such absurdity has a voice. You know, when we were growing up, it didn't, because it was absurd. Nobody wanted to talk about something so absurd, right? We all got it. We didn't care if you were weird. We didn't care what your thing was or whatever, if you were different or whatever. We were really accepting, right? So why do we have to push so far in, right? Because somebody somewhere that we don't know might be going through something at some time. That was the big excuse. That's the only thing they can drill back down to. Funny how the truth is controversial. Yes, in the age of deception, the truth is controversial. It's a rebellious act. Oh man, what was that? What was that quote Ron Paul used to say? Ron Paul quotes. World deception. Telling the truth is yeah, that's it. In a world of deceit, telling the truth is a revolutionary act. Yes. Tell me the man was not a philosopher king. Hey, man, we got to do this again because we got 10 new winners. So let's do it.
It's cold. A big warm Vietnam. It has to do. I can't imagine a more beautiful thing. It's cold. I can tell you all about it. I mean, look at this thing. When I find it, it's out of anything.
Thank you, Shelly, for the 10 gifted memberships. Welcome to these 10 awesome people. Oh man, here's some people we have been talking to. Stingy, what's up, Stingy? Welcome to the winner's circle. Stingy came by during the RNC coverage, and hope Stingy comes back. Stingy had a lot of cool things to say. Texas Jen, haven't seen Texas Jen in forever. I wonder what Texas Jen is up to. Hope she'll come by and say hi. Wallace Lady Reads, I remember Wallace Lady Reads. Scott Free Freedom, where is Scott Free Freedom? Like, I'm literally gonna have to like put out a missing persons report on Scott Free Freedom. I'm kind of worried about him. So if you guys see him around, tell him that Winning is looking for him and he wants to check in. I need signs of life, Scott. I need signs of life. Conspiracy music, good old conspiracy music. He's out there doing his thing. Ashley shows up. Ashley, I hope Ashley does show up. I hope she does show up. Darth Kitty. Who's Darth Kitty? Darth Kitty, I think I know your brother. Lefty. All right. Bellerex. I haven't seen Bellerex. Bellator Cinex. Yes. I say Bellerex. That's what I say now. And Volstorm. He's good for stopping from time to time. Hopefully everybody will come by and thank Shelly for the great gifted memberships. Very generous of you. Thank you so much, Shelly. Really do appreciate all your support and everything you do. You are awesome. And there we go. All right. Thank you again. And Wolfram thanks you too. There you have it. I'm not listing all. I did it. Right. Every time he says Ron Paul, I sing the Ron Paul song. Why wouldn't you? It's a great song. I heard something recently about how the U.S. literacy rate is up to 20%, meaning increasing, because they changed how and what is stressed to be taught in schools the last few years. Oh yeah, what's this fudge the numbers? Why not? We fudge everything else. Let's just fudge those too. All right. So the one thing we didn't cover about Tim, I meant to do earlier, Tim Walz, the globalist VP candidate, Walz Harris. It should just be like DEI WEF 2024 that's the Democratic ticket right there. That's it. Okay, so this comes to us from our good friend Kaiwan Calendar, who sent this to me via private message, a direct message on X. This comes from a person named Dart Hagel. Let's see, I'm sure there's going to be some stuff in here. I do not know. We're gonna analyze this together, right? So I'm not confirming anything until I read it and take a look at it. But this is what he sent me. So let's do a little bit of checking it out here. This comes from a 25-year-old Zoomer, politically aligned. No, he seems like a equal opportunity hater. He's got a podcast. All right. So let's see what he has to say. Tim Walz signs a bill redefining the term sexual orientation to include the P words. Here it is right here. Okay. So sub D 44, sexual orientation. Sexual orientation means having or having been perceived as having an emotional, physical, or sexual attachment to another person without regard to the sex of that person, or having or being perceived as having an orientation for such attachments, or having or being perceived of having such a self-image or identity not traditionally associated with one's biological maleness or femaleness. Sexual orientation does not include a physical attraction. This does not include a physical or sexual attraction to children by an adult. Now, why is it crossed out? Why is it crossed out? What does this mean? All right, link to the amendment. In this amendment, Fink crossed out the section that expressly precluded pedophiles from falling under the definition of sexual orientation. The old bill defined sexual orientation, delineated which people were protected under the Minnesota Human Rights Statute, making it a violation to discriminate against those falling under the definition. The old definition explicitly excluded pedophiles, though the addition of the phrase to the definition sexual orientation does not include a physical 1.20 or sexual attachment to children by an adult. The bill passed the committee. The bill then passed the committee, was adopted. So what does this say? Fink human rights section removed that allowed for discrimination based on sexual orientation. Representative Fink moved that this bill be recommended to be placed on the general register. Fink moved that this bill amendment, the motion prevailed. The amendment was adopted. Fink presented as amended. Testified on the HF as amended. Rebecca Lucredo, Commissioner, Minnesota Department of Human Rights. Fink renewed the motion for that HF as amended by recommended to be placed on the general register. Motion prevailed. Prosecutor initiated sentence adjustments established and the sentencing report required. Okay, so that's interesting. I'm not sure what's next here. What in the world is that? Okay, link to the minutes. This is looks well done. Human Rights Act section removed that allowed for discrimination based on sexual orientation. Okay, all right, we're getting closer to what's going on here. The amendment to 22, this stuff. Yes, that includes the section crossing out the pedophile exclusions. Is characterized by Fink in the committee hearing as modernizing the terminology to reflect more contemporary understandings of sexual orientation and gender. You see how that works? Right there, right? Well, we're just modernizing because that's what everybody else is doing. So they push out the culture through private industry and entertainment and education. And now the useful idiot Fink says, we're just modernizing. We're just modernizing. We're modernizing gender. Nobody voted on it. Nobody decided. The majority doesn't want it. We're doing it anyways. This is corruption at work, right? This is corrupting the system. This modernization is the corruption of the system here, because they're modernizing off corruption, off things that weren't democratically decided. I think this includes P's under the umbrella of sexual orientation reflects a modern. They think including P's under the umbrella of sexual orientation reflects a modern understanding of sexuality and gender. Yeah. I mean, that's what I'm reading out of it. So that's what that is. Good stuff, huh? No, he is force pushing the agenda to start up the nuclear reactor powering old Sparky, who's connected to old Lord Chippy sitting on Snake Island. Yes, yes. So that's that one. Let me see here. Let's see. Let's make sure that them. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. So that was all of that. What's this? Yeah. Okay. We got all that. What's this? More of it? What's this? Oh. Okay. Here's a little bit more. This works. Let's add to it. Let's add some more to it. And then we'll move on. All right. So same dude. Thank you for doing at least trying to do some good work here. These amendments were signed into law by Tim Walz by virtue of their inclusion in the Take Pride Act. I wonder what that's about, which was an act included in the Judiciary and Public Safety Bill, such as Tim with Walz signed a bill into law that included an amendment that removed the clause. Okay, we just read this, right? Is this okay? Let's see what this says. Safety bill advances civil rights. When Governor Tim Walz signed the Judiciary, okay, so he signed it. Judiciary and Public Safety Bill into law, the Minnesota Department of Human Rights celebrated the investments and policy changes the legislation made to advance civil rights and address discrimination. They're so worried about pedos getting discriminated against. Wonder why. Thank you to the many people who have been part of moving these policies forward this year. I'm sure most of them are dressed like terror clowns. Sometimes decades. Yeah, it's definitely been decades of work. That's for sure. This work absolutely would not be possible without your tireless work, including old Bernie Sanders wannabe right there, Tim Walz. He's like Bernie's stunt double. Link to the Minnesota Department of Human Rights announcement. All right, got that. The bill includes the Take Pride Act. Look at that. Aren't you proud of that? What Minnesota? Look at that proud dude. He changed the state colors too. He changed the flag and the colors. You guys should be so happy with him. The bill includes this Take Pride Act and the HF amendment we just covered. Yeah, we talked about that. Let's see. To reiterate, we did reiteration, so we're good. What's down here? Further clarification about this amendment. Okay, yeah, we did that. We did that. Wow, these guys did a lot of research. Heads up, good job, Dark Hagel. At least for showing up with some receipts, man. He said this is good research. I can't deny he's what's this? Okay, that's the same one we saw. He's just reiterating it. Oh my God, what's this? This is like almost like a new one here. To whom someone is or is perceived as being emotionally, physically, and sexually attracted based on sex and gender, a person may be attracted to man, woman, both, neither, or to people who are gender queer. That's just the stupidest word. It's just like it's just putting two things together that don't go together. Androgyny or have other gender identities. The ones that are not necessarily visible to others. Yeah, I mean, let's just make sure we cover it all, right? So there you have it. More stuff about what a bad candidate and how corrupt this guy is. I mean, the fact that people are actually allowed like this, we let them get this far in society is just a sign that we're not paying close enough attention. Not this crowd. This crowd is, because this crowd's here. They're part of the solution. And if you're here, you're part of the solution too. So make sure you subscribe and hit thumbs up and be part of the conversation. Join us. We got some great people here, some very smart people, as I'm getting ready to show you. Is he really? Is he really? I bet. I wouldn't be surprised. Reported increase in test scores. Yet I Promise School in Akron, Ohio, that LeBron James is founded is failing miserably in math and reading for 8th grade. I'm shocked a transposer in his favor or PDFs. I shocked to tell you. Yep. Transposer to the root cause issue. Let's see. Is it LeBron's fault or the policies of the schools that haven't adhered to the local and national policy requirements? Seriously, I ask, what are we talking about here? Okay. Sodom and Gomorrah, all empires fall eventually because they get too damn far. It's not sustainable. And all tyrants fail because they get too ignorant. I mean, arrogant. Arrogance. And they're arrogant, like we talked about earlier, how they push things forward, right? How they're going faster, how they've accelerated, and that's part of arrogance right there. They figure we know we have at least this many people locked down. We got the next generation coming up, and we're playing the long game, which very few people understand that they're playing the long game, right? That while we're in a rush, they can back off, they can push things down the road, they can take their time because they gain more advantage by watching more of our reaction, right? That's what we have to be on offense. That's what solution culture is about. Solution culture is about going on offense in terms of removing the enablement for the institutions and mechanisms and strategies that give them that create corruption generationally, right? And that starts with the kids. I talk about that a lot on Unveiling Reality. I talk about that a lot on many of my shows. Unveiling Reality is where I kind of really lay it out. But I like just kind of bring that back up in that, you know, we got to always be thinking the long game with these people, right? Even though we feel rushed and we feel like the now or never. And it's true, because after everything we've put them through poor people, the last 3 runs, right? They're ready to lock this system down. And the only thing standing between that happening is Trump and the fact that and the MAGA movement. And so we have to hang on to that like you wouldn't believe. If we were ever to lose that momentum, that group, we were ever to lose the GOP back to the neocon rhinos, they can lock this system down, and it's nothing short of a complete dismantling and restructuring that comes on the heels of a revolution like we haven't seen since 1776. I mean, for real. If we could even get it like that, I mean, we'll be outnumbered in many different ways. I hope another good country is coming up in the world, because if we don't ever get this, taken care of, this place might not be a good viable option. Either that, or we can conglomerate and like everybody move to Texas and we'll throw everybody out we don't want, and we'll stay there, and we'll just lock it down, and we'll use all of our brain power and to build that place up into a fortress. I don't know what to do. Let's not think about that, because we're gonna win, right? We're gonna win. That's what, if we lose, that's the backup plan. I guess, maybe it's just the southern United States. I have no idea. But anyways, something would have to happen on that scale if they lock down the parties and then lock down elections, because we'll never be able to do what we're doing right now again. That's why we feel under stress. That's why we feel rushed. That's why we feel like we have to get it done now. All right, let's move on to the next and final topic of the evening. Oh wait, I did think, yeah. Okay, let's go. We're July 13th stuff. Let's do it. More stuff following up the investigation about the assassination attempt. This is where you get the most base takes out there. I promise you that, because I look at all of them, and some of these takes are knee jerk, some of these takes are half-assed, and some people just want to feel like they're doing something they're really not. Stoking conspiracies that aren't there. But we're first going to take a look at very much getting our base information, following up on our own investigation, and then we'll get to the knee jerks. Don't have too many tonight. I only have one really that I put aside, just because it was the hot take of the day, right? The thing that everybody's running with. I saw on several different channels. I think it's hilarious, but they're like confirmation bias. So stay tuned for the confirmation bias. But right now, we're going to look at his evidence. So let's get into the evidence here. Now, I wanted to show you this. I'm gonna speed it up, right? Yes, because this is going to go back and kind of answer some questions, take some things out of the question bucket if they're not already out. One thing is definitely coming out tonight. That's a major play that we've had in we've put in the category of with the shooter, right? We imagine this was his. It's not. I right now, I'll start out by saying I don't believe the bike and the backpack that they found was his. All the evidence is pointing to the fact that it's probably not, including, and I think I played this last time, and I'll look for it. But the video of him going in, like people saw him like running across the grass. He wasn't on a bike. That's what kind of started it. Too, the fact that the bike had backpacks and stuff near it, but the backpack that he used was up on the roof. So that's confirmed now too. The backpack he used to smuggle the weapon up on the roof was there. And we're going to answer some more questions about that as we go. But what about these ladders?
Continuing on in the Trump shooting analysis, everybody is wondering what is up with that ladder. Is that the
So a lot of people are still trying to go down this thing with this ladder right here, right? I think most people here in the crowd get it. So this is kind of a little bit for the rewatchers, maybe some people that are tuning in on X and Rumble that have not seen the show before, have not seen this evidence. But stay tuned because we're going to get into the weapon itself.
Shooter's ladder that we see perched up against the end of the building. How did he get?
Okay, so I thought originally,
wondering what is up with that ladder. Is that the shooter's ladder that we see perched?
Okay, originally I thought that was a steel chair just because I watched wrestling. I was like, why is he bringing a steel chair in there? He's gonna whack him with a steel chair, trying to bring a little levity here. I know that's the actual ladder that was going to be propped up against the wall here.
Up against the end of the building. How did he get up on that roof? And what's with all?
Dude, the analysis on like this motion that's coming up is going to blow your mind.
All of the other ladders.
Well, not really blow your mind, but it's going to explain something. It's going to explain that scene to you, the one everybody reacted to, like, look at him, how could they not do this? You'll see.
Caused such a ladder controversy, and we have conspiracy theories coming out.
There you go. See, that's the ladder that you saw the guy throwing right there. We're gonna learn about every ladder right now.
Of both directions here. We're going to take a deep dive into all of these ladders and build a timeline, and then we'll tell you which ladder was placed.
Okay, you see, he's
here
gonna go to
when,
the store and show you.
And
this.
was it really the shooter's ladder? We'll also explain the number one question that we're getting from everybody, and that is, how did the shooter get his gun up on that roof? I have the answer for you. Well, first of all, the answer is pretty crystal clear, folks. How can anybody miss this?
There you go. I mean, you think it could conceal that in a backpack? Anybody chime in? I know I got warriors out there in the crowd, man. People that understand these things a lot better than I do. Okay, you guys are talking about education in the chat right now. So I don't know what's going on with LeBron, but let's see. But you guys please continue to talk about that. But I just wanted to show you this right here. And yeah, so that easily could fit into a backpack, right? Easily could fit into a backpack. And how long does that take to assemble? It just snaps into place, right? So I'll wait to hear from Wolfram, Crown, other people out there in the crowd that have military experience and understand these things better than I do. Tell me about what you're seeing right here. And we'll just let it roll.
The gun comes apart in two pieces.
Look at that. There's the clip right there. I mean, this isn't the suitcase he had or anything, right? This isn't his stuff. But he's showing you that this weapon can fit into a suitcase easily.
So of course you can easily fit this into your backpack without it being seen. Like here it is in a small travel suitcase. Okay, so I just have a little icebreaker for you first. So we bought the Secret Service a gift, and here it is. Huh? What do you think of this?
Okay, this is an ad. So I can play. Here you go. All right, go.
Talking about this video because it's going to show you the ladder in a minute. And now this was probably taken about 2 hours after the Trump shooting, because you can see the cops have the area all blocked off and everything, and nobody's allowed up on the roof. And
you see it's blurred out right there too. I mean, it's still, I guess it's still just to cover up the blood trail. Okay, yeah. So yep, it's field stripped, just a few seconds to put together. So okay, you see that bag right there? That's where his bag was. I don't know why it's still on the roof, but that's where he had it. That's where he assembled it right there.
You can see the lights on there outside the door, so it's getting
maybe
dusky.
Maybe he's still on. No, he wouldn't still be.
And so what I want to do is take a look at this.
Everybody's gone. But why is that still there? I'm really curious.
Because there is what they're talking about. There is that ladder. And here's a close-up view.
Okay, so now it's gone.
Of that mystery ladder that people think belongs to the shooter. So you can see this looks like about a 10-foot ladder because it goes to the top of this little roof, which I believe is 10 feet. And then the bottom of this roof here, where the shooter was here, and there's his backpack. This was probably at about 11 or 12 feet. So there's their ladder. And let me show you something else.
Perimeter ended if this building.
See, so they're zooming in on it. And then this is a pretty wide opening right here. People would walk by and see this because there was crowds of cops around here right around the time that the shooting was taking place. And you can't tell me they didn't see that big old ladder there, especially once they got up on the roof. They would have said, oh, hey, there's a ladder there. Why doesn't everybody just come over here and use this one? And we don't need to have somebody come running across the field and throw a black telescopic ladder over the fence. Let me just freeze frame it right here as it's looking at this angle.
It does.
So here is the black telescopic ladder that the second group of police officers brought over, and they set it up right here so that they could jump up here onto this ledge and then onto the roof, and then they came over here to get onto the roof where the shooter was laying, and there's his backpack.
Yeah, okay, well, his backpack's still there.
There's the other ladder that we were just talking.
So, this backpack and bicycle doesn't make any sense anymore to me, and they have not proved. And like, if he's had a bicycle, why was he running into the place? Why was he running around instead of just riding his bike? It's more efficient to ride a bike. I mean, You know, why would he park his bike there in the wide open area and then not ride it into the place? So I'm taking the bike has got to go into the heavy questions. Like, I don't think that, you know, I wouldn't associate it with the shooter any longer at this point.
Talking about a minute ago, about 2 minutes after the shooting, there were no ladders over here. The cops.
Well, I think he parked his car and then went over to the place and came back. I don't know. Maybe he was just walking around scoping the place out. That, you know, the car is definitely, if that, you know, if it was in that back parking lot, his remote should have been able to work if it was set up right, and he could have used that as a distraction to get away.
Ordered these ladders to be brought over to them because there was no ladders anywhere for them to get up on, and they had grabbed this pallet as I showed.
I mean, I guess the bike could have been his escape plan. I don't know. I didn't just see who owns the bike. I just think it's highly doubtful that it's his. For some reason, it doesn't seem like it's his.
You and Dave Stewart's now famous film that everybody's been talking about since last week. So he was there. Dave was standing probably way back over here shooting this way, and he captured the police picking up this pallet and putting this pallet on top of this shed and trying to use it as a makeshift ladder. And presumably that is how the first 4 police officers got on top of the roof that we saw there on the roof in various photos and videos. See, and here's my proof of that, because when I look here at Dave Stewart's video, and I'm here at like the 7:18 mark into the video, you can see this officer right here is holding the pallet and he's handing it to this officer here who's trying to put it on top of the shed. So I'll show you what I mean. The video was very shaky, of course, but I'll show you. See how he's handling it to him? And they're sticking it up there on top of that shed, and they're going to make a makeshift ladder out of it. I think that's all we got out of that one scene there. So based on the continuous recording of Dave Stewart's video, this appears to have all been happening at exactly 2 minutes and 30 seconds after the shooting started. And it was noted, of course, that one of them cut their hands climbing up here. So it might have been somewhere around here that an officer had cut his hands. And that may explain why there was some reports, unconfirmed, that there was blood found in the bathroom here in this building. So people were asking, well, why was there blood in a bathroom found? And that was likely because the officer might have gone in there to clean up afterwards. But anyway, you can see here, there's no other ladders anywhere. And right over here in the upper right-hand corner of the screen is where I proposed the other day that he got up on this air conditioner, then stood on this shed, and then jumped up here. And when you saw him running, this is where we saw him running in that video down here. So that video that was released last week from James Copenhaver.
Sorry, I was muted. So this makes more sense to me now. Like, you know, like him running across the top of the roof.
That video down here.
See it?
So that video that was released last week from
right there, see? That you're actually seeing him back on another building. You're just seeing his head kind of cresting the top there. That he isn't as close as everybody would that knee-jerked believes he is. Look at him, he's right there. Look at him, he's right there. Why can't you just point your head out the window and see it? It's just like, well, you know, you haven't gotten everything in context yet, right? So first you got to figure out how he got up on the building, right? Then you can start putting the rest together. And so that's what we've done here. We've really taken our time and tried to figure out the best way. Yeah, he rode a bike with a ladder on it and had the gun in his hand, and you know, and then he just put it up right in front of him and got up, and they're like, "Here, let us help you." And it's like, you know, this is how far some people have gone with this, right? And so just taking their time and waiting for more and more evidence to come out so they can make a reasonable, you know, assessment of what's going on. So if you like the base takes, we got the base takes right here.
James Copenhaver, who was the witness who actually got shot by the shooter, captured him running along here, most likely, and then here, and then across the little bridge there, and then up to his final position.
Yeah, it's starting to make a lot of sense now. That would explain the motion from what we saw is left to right from Trump's point of view, right? What that would explain that and explain like how, you know, why he seemed to be making a good pace, but making a good pace, but not cresting more than just his head above this peak right here, right? And why they didn't see him over here, you know? And then when they did see him like get over onto this, right? That's when you saw the video come up. So as soon as he came, he broke this plane right here, people started noticing him, right? And that's when they started calling him out. So everything's starting to make more sense now. Yeah. There's still people out there that
position
swear
here
they let it
where
happen.
he shot straight off there.
Wait,
The
and
other
see.
proposed thing that he could have done is he could have gotten up here onto the shed, onto the roof, run this way, and then was seen in the video running over here and then coming down here.
Hey, either way works.
And the reason why he would have disappeared is, remember, this roof goes up and then it goes back down. So if he's running up here and we see him running and then his head disappears, it's because he was running downhill and then jumped onto here and then started to shimmy his way up here and crawl along here. He was doing a bear crawl. Yeah, so they zoomed in really close on this ladder. Nobody is going to walk around with a 10-foot ladder without being seen. Okay,
Right.
how do we know it's a 10-foot ladder? It's very simple. You know, in a commercial building, this has got to be 10 feet. But anyway, if you look at the ladder, starting at the top here, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 steps that I can see on there at least. And these are usually a foot apart. So that should be 10 feet. Then we come over here to Home Depot and just grab a typical aluminum step ladder here. And we'll count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
And
So
10.
that confirms that we have
And for $350, you could have a ladder just like that. Can you believe how expensive they are? Holy crap.
a 10-foot ladder there in that picture. So we know this is 10 feet, and it would be very difficult for the shooter to be walking around here anywhere with a 10-foot long ladder and not get noticed by anybody. Where
That's why it's so important to wait to get the information, man. Oh, he had a ladder. This is it. No, no, it was a 5-foot ladder. That's a 10-foot ladder.
is the proof then that this ladder was put there by the police? Because it wasn't there before the police got there. Okay, so now it looks like the first group number 1 of the first 4 or 5 cops, got up to the roof without the aid of a ladder about 3 to 4 minutes after the shooting. So let's see how the others got up there and when the other ladders appeared. To answer that question, we're going to view it from inside the rally area. Now, any second, you're going to hear the Secret Service say to move. So they're getting ready to move Trump out of the way now. So this is, the shooting is still fresh, and you can see there's nobody up on the roof yet. So now you're going to start to see some of the officers start to run over here to the corner. And this is sort of that famous scene that I've showed you a few times where this police car is going to crash in this gate because they're having a hard time. Now, these 2 officers are able to climb over the top of the gate because there's a bar on it to give them.
I remember that. Yeah, I do remember that. In fact, maybe that's where I remember this guy from. So I definitely looked into that as well. Hey, 357, how you doing? Welcome. All right, nerd out with us, dude. Awesome. Welcome.
Support. But the other guys with all of their gear and everything, they're not going to be able to make it over there. And even especially that soft part of the fence where there's no bar on top. Now, they're turning the camera around here because everybody.
Some of these guys look like, man, this is the first time something's ever happened. This guy jumps over the fence and then pulls his gun out, even though he's clear. It's so funny.
He's pointing to where Corey Comparator is, right in that slope part of the fence right there in front of you on the left on the rail that just disappeared. And then there they're showing Trump in the background as they're getting ready to carry him off the stage. So it shows you how fresh we are still into the shooting scene here. And the camera is then going to, after they move.
Notice there's no bullet holes in the teleprompters.
With him, they're going to pan back and we're going to see what the officers are doing. And we're going to see who's on the road. See, they're still pointing to where Corey is. And you got more officers are starting to come over here and converge in this spot so they can get past that corner of the gate that you see right there.
This becomes
and so what does this have to do with the ladders? You're going to see in a minute because you're going to see officers come by with that black telescopic ladder. Until then, the cops are trying to figure out how are we going to get an easy pathway through there. And then the camera's panning back,
You don't
showing
need to be
the
quiet.
area there, and the rest of the cops are arriving. So here you're going to see that cop car turn around, and he's going to come in, and he doesn't seem to be very serious about trying to make a hole in that gate there because he's going to ram it, and it's not going to do very much. So let's see what we've got here. There he goes. He just rammed it, and he's going to pull back now, and he's going to try to ram it again. And still didn't. He should have given it one more good thrust. I think would have pushed that gate out of the way. And here comes that SWAT officer running in from the right with that telescopic ladder. See right there? And
nobody's got bolt cutters. Where's the fire department, man? Somebody get some bolt cutters for these guys.
They're going to try to pass it through there to get it to the guys on the other side. And now they're going to run over. And there's another chain link fence on the AGR property that these guys have to deal with. And you can see that SWAT officer is going to throw it up and over the fence. Now watch very carefully. He's going to throw it up and over, and the Secret Service guy is there too.
Throw it over.
But just wait a second, you'll see him. I think he's right there. He's going to do it. Boom. There goes that ladder. And at this point in time, we're at about 4 minutes in. There's nobody up on the roof just yet.
Nobody grabs it. Look at everybody ran right past. That's your ladder. You're carrying that. I ain't carrying that.
They should be, other cops should be getting up on that roof like any second now. Meanwhile, these guys are still here trying to deal with this, and you'll see this couple come over, and the guy in the red shirt and the other girl, and so now we're seeing the 4 cops up on the roof. So everything's starting to tie into place here now. We're about 4 minutes in, and Group 1 is now up on the roof without the aid of a ladder. They climbed up the pallet. So once they set up this black telescopic ladder, the Secret Service agent, along with a couple of other officers, are going to be group number 2 of the officers that ended up on the roof. Now with only one black ladder just in place over there. And actually, it was very dangerous for the police to have stuck that pallet on top of that flimsy plastic garden shed there. I'm sure that's not OSHA approved. So ladders are very dangerous in the wrong hands. Check this out.
Never hire people from the parking lot.
And then, of course, many of you have probably seen this video of the body cam worn by one of the SWAT officers. And this started at 6:26 p.m. So this is now about 14 minutes after the shooting. And the first 2 groups of police officers are up on the roof. And so by now, group number 2, which includes the Secret Service agent and some other officers, have likely climbed up that black telescopic ladder by now. And these guys are heading over with a medic. And I'll just speed this up 8x here until they get over to the AGR property. And you can confirm there's a few officers up there on top of the roof, and they're pointing to them.
Got hit. But I don't believe that. You will. You guys gonna fit? I don't know. We'll make it happen. Hold on, Richard. Go.
They're gonna make it happen.
Yeah. Yeah, I can get through there. Yeah, we need 4 cutters.
Okay, now as they approach the building, they're going to
today.
meet that officer inside the room when they get up to the door, and he's going to tell them about the ladders. Because up until now, the only one that's up there is that black telescopic ladder. He's going to ask him about the ladders right here.
I think on the roof. Is that where the dude is too? Yeah, he's up there too. So the ladders are en route. The operator suffered last night. Also hand from climbing, and so like you might need minor stitching.
He's going to tell them now how he got up.
Can't confirm life status in the mail. Let's get our operators to take care of us. But ladder is coming. So how we got up? Next corridor over. Okay. Like little, you'll see where the handprints. The suspect is directly above us. So the ladder's gonna be coming over here. Yeah. They're gonna bring the backside. So that corridor down there. Yeah.
All right. Now the officers are about to walk by that bush area there. See that space in there? That's where everybody thinks the ladder is, but it's not set up there yet. There's no ladder back in there.
There's a ladder right here. Can we use this ladder?
They spotted the black one down here, and they're pointing to the black one, and they're asking, can we use this one? So here is the pallet that Group 1 had put on top of that shed there and used that as a ladder originally. So they have reset it back down on top of the shed. And here's Group 3 now ascending the telescopic ladder. And even this still isn't safe. I don't understand why it had a little bit more length on the top. See that? You should never step on the top rung. Even those stickers there warn you about that. And it looks like it still had enough room to go up even higher. So I don't know why they didn't extend it up all the way.
You're out in the crowd looking at the station.
So as they reach the roof, guess what? There's Group 2 Secret Service guy, and now they're heading over to where the shooter is. There's the police cars down below.
That's his backpack.
And I'm going to freeze frame this here to show you something, because this is where the ladder should have been, right there on the left, leaning up against this little covered hallway. And there's the backpack in the background. So where's the ladder? What happened to it?
Ladder?
That's because it wasn't
Where's the
there
ladder?
yet.
Where's the ladder,
The police brought in the ladder, and it's on its way over now. And then later on, from one of the body cameras, look, there's the view looking over that little hallway. No ladder in sight. There's your bushes. Plenty of room to see in between the bushes. Now, I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, Jeff, you're trying to pull a fast one on us, okay? Because we know that shooter bought a 5-foot ladder at Home Depot that morning, and we know he brought it there with him, and we know he used it, and we've seen it in photographs. You could see it in all sorts of news, video, blah, 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 blah. So a lot of people are just basically coming in here and lying. So what I did then, I went to Home Depot and I said, let's find this 5-foot ladder. I want to see if I can find the same 5-foot ladder that the shooter would have bought at Home Depot. Okay, and then in terms of ladders that are close to 5 feet, I got 2 of them here. It's the only ones I found in this store. So here you got the Gorilla ladders. This one's aluminum, and this is 5.5 feet. And then Gorilla also has a yellow one. This is the fiberglass ladder, usually used by electricians. And so this is that ladder here. And this is probably undersized anyway for trying to get up on the roof anywhere along that AGR building up there by the Trump rally. So he probably realized even before he left his house that this was not going to be enough, and it doesn't buy him anything that he doesn't already have. at the scene there, like for example, air conditioners and sheds to step up on. See, and the problem though with this 5.5 foot ladder is that the maximum reach is 10 feet. And so we don't really know if you put this up against the bottom of that building, how it's going to stack up there. Will it give you enough reach to climb up onto the roof? And I think the answer to that is no. This is not a suitable ladder for that purpose. Because I can tell you that just getting up to the top of my garage at home onto the roof of my house, if I bring out my 8-foot ladder, I'm really struggling to climb up to the top there. And it's very unsafe climbing back down as well. Okay, so what I did then was I go to the Home Depot website and I pull up Bethel Park, Pennsylvania, which is the store that the shooter bought his ladder from, and just pull up 5-foot ladders there. And really the only ones that are actually 5 feet, these are all different. Some are 4 feet, some are 12. I mean, really, come on. I typed in 5 feet. The only ones I see are these first two here. So this one's 5.5 feet. This one's 4.5 feet. And let's see if there's any others that are, and then of course this one here that I showed you.
Hi, Mimsy.
And all the rest are not 5 feet. I mean, seriously, folks, really? A 5-foot ladder? What was he thinking? And then on July 29th, just a few days ago, the special agent in charge of the Pittsburgh field office for the FBI gave out this sort of a news release. I guess it was a letter. And in this letter, they're calling out incorrect reporting. And it says, regarding the subject's use of a ladder, the investigation has revealed the subject purchased a ladder at a hardware store the day of the attack. That same ladder was not present with the subject at the farm showgrounds at the time of the shooting. Our investigation has revealed the ladder was left at a location near his home, approximately 50 miles away from the site of the rally in Butler. And to clarify, again, it was not used during the course of the attack on July 13th. He also says here, look at this. Numerous media outlets have reported a bicycle and a backpack attributed to the subject, but the FBI's investigation has determined those do not belong to the shooter. Make sure you check out these other two videos that I've uploaded over the last couple of days here. These are the fresh new videos for you to check out.
Yep.
If you haven't been here on this channel, you want to binge watch those. So thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you on the next.
Great job, man. Great job, Jeff. And he's got a thumbs up from me. Let me see. Anything that's popped out here recently. I know he's doing a lot of work here. Yeah, this guy does he's a welcome fellow do-it-yourself engineers. Jeff Ostroff. I'm making your life easy with detailed weekly videos for do-it-yourself folks with advice on home remodeling, home repairs, how-to videos, engineering disasters, and finding the best tool deals. There you go. We cover kitchens, bath remodeling, floors, wood floors and installations, plumbing, electricity, structural. This guy can do it all. He's handy dude, and he's a great investigator. He's got a logical mind, right? And he's patient. He just understands. So he's doing a great job, Jeff Ostroff. Good job, man. Good job, Jeff. All right. Thank God there's somebody out there putting reasonable things together, because there's a lot of people out there that just like to assume that if they can't explain it, it must mean it must mean something. It must mean whatever their bias is confirming. All right. Speaking of which, let's see. Do I have anything else in this folder? Scroll back. I think we're going right into the grifts here. I think that's a big update. But think about what we just took off the board, right? One, the ladder went in there. Wasn't even in the car. So all the people who are saying it was in the car, where'd they get that from? They made it up, right? The random bike, and so he didn't come up on a bike. The bike wasn't. I mean, maybe if he saw it when he was running away, he actually had a chance to run away. Maybe he would have grabbed it and rode on it. But I think that bike belonged to somebody else, and that's what we're going to find out. They said it didn't belong to him. The backpack wasn't the one that was used. That was on the roof next to the weapon. So backpack and bike off the board, ladder off the board, all those things, day one stuff gone. That's why you don't jump to conclusions unless you're playing jump to conclusions and you have a jump to conclusion mat. That's when you do it. Now, is this new thing another jump to conclusions? Has the newest thing to be out today, where everybody's going, raw. Right, and it's probably going to echo here for a minute because I saw it's been on the board here. Is it still up somewhere? Let's see. The one Luke Wardowski, literally, I had to leave him a comment. I was like, everybody suddenly is on the TMZ train, guys. A TMZ train. They oh wait. Okay, I do have one more. I have one more thing before we get to the grift debunk. I do have to cover this real quick. Sorry about that. I jumped the gun here. We're not going to watch the whole thing. This is a long video, but I just wanted to bring up a Pakistani man was arrested the day before this event. Zach, what's up? How you doing? Awesome that you're here, man. Thanks for coming by. The day before, and in case you didn't hear this yet, a Pakistani man was arrested, supposedly part of this Iranian plot, right? We're going to learn about him real quick from JLR Investigates. He's going to pull his phone out. He's going to let's look at it. And let's figure out what's going on here. This is interesting because this dude was so slop. This 20-year-old, a 20-year-old made this Pakistani man who flew halfway around the world to hire assassins look like an idiot. Go America, I guess. Oh, but first we got to do something very important. It's this.
Oh my!
Zach, thank you for the $5 super chat. What is this sincerity in chat all about? Let the snarkiness begin. Oh, yeah, you're right in time for the snarkiness. You're right in time for it, Zach. You picked a good time to get here. So we're gonna right after this, we're gonna get snarky as you can believe, right? So let's just dive into the story. I'm gonna let him explain it because it's like I literally just grabbed this before the show. Let him explain it. Let him tell us what he knows. And the important thing to understand is this guy was arrested for being an idiot, and he never had a chance. So.
Hello. Breaking news. JLR Investigates. Come on in. A Pakistani man has just been indicted by the federal government for numerous charges, including a plot to assassinate the former president of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Folks, come on in because we've been hearing for weeks now about this Iranian plot on Trump. And now someone has been arrested. But it's interesting about this man right here, and we're going to talk about this guy, Asif. His name is Asif Merchant, and he's 46 years old. And apparently he arrived into the United States in April of this year. Unclear how he got into the country, and we're going to talk about the border. And then he was meeting with a confidential informant, whatnot. And he wanted to he's from Pakistan, but he went to Iran before he came to the United States. And he was specifically coming over to the United States to assassinate certain politicians. And they're saying that Donald Trump was one of them. But what I find very interesting about this whole situation, I'm a little suspect, but I'm also curious. And I'm like, huh? He got arrested on the 12th of July, just one day before the failed Trump assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania at the rally. Thomas Matthew Crooks, the would-be assassin there, shot dead by Secret Service snipers. But he was arrested the day before. And we kept hearing about an Iranian plot. I just think this is very strange and bizarre. Who is this guy? Where'd he come from? The United States Attorney Office out of the Eastern District of New York put out a statement about this. There's a couple media outlets that are already reporting about this situation. But what really is going on with this? Now, listen to this before I read the actual, it's like an indictment on him. They put out this information right here, the news.
The FBI arresting a Pakistani national in connection with an alleged plot to assassinate former President Donald Trump. Senior investigative correspondent Aaron Katursky joins me now. So what do we know about this man and what he was planning, rather?
Kira, his name is Asif Merchant, and he entered the United States, according to federal prosecutors in Brooklyn, in April. And while he was here in the United States, he made phone calls trying to hire hitmen to carry out his alleged scheme to assassinate government officials on U.S. soil. The criminal complaint does not mention former President Trump by name, but multiple sources familiar with this case say one of the intended targets was former President Trump. The hitmen that Asif Merchant allegedly contacted ended up being confidential sources of the FBI. So there was never
don't use
any real danger
hitman.com.
here, because it seems the feds were onto this man from the start. They followed him for several months and arrested him July 12th, just before he was about to board a flight and leave the country. Kira, the arrest July 12th, you'll note, is one day before former President Trump's rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, when there was an attempt on the former president's life, although these two things are not believed to be connected.
All right, so no evidence in any way, shape, or form that they could have shared information or were connected in any way. Two separate incidents at this point.
So it seems, Kira, that the FBI has said they found no connection between Thomas Crooks, the 20-year-old who took a shot at Trump in Pennsylvania, and any foreign operatives. But we did learn, subsequent to the rally and the assassination attempt, that the Secret Service had made adjustments to the security plan for the rally because of thinking that Iran did have this desire to go after former President Trump. Perhaps now we know what gave them that indication.
Yeah.
Perhaps this is one of the reasons why those security adjustments were made.
They literally put out that Iran was, and we were all like, Iran? How is Iran involved? Now we're hearing this. Well, Mike, I have a question for all of you, though. And we've been discussing the border crisis. How in the world was this guy able to just enter into the United States in April of this year, and apparently was on his way out when he got arrested? Like, can they just pop in and out at any time? Or is that how unsecure the border is? This guy, according to federal officials, met with the Iranians and came over here and was working with people to try to find a hitman, as you heard, Trump and numerous others. But it's scary covering the border and seeing how unsecure and how easy it is to get in. Now, I don't think this guy necessarily came to the southern border, but me and Magnolia were talking, and it's quite possible he came in on one of Biden's secret flights. You know, those flights that they've been talking about where they fill out some app online and then they just immediately get approved, and then Biden ships over people from countries all around the world, and they actually arrive in cities everywhere. And I'm thinking in this particular,
I'm like wondering about his like meeting in Iran before. They're like, before he came here and tried to do that. I mean, is that making a plot? Is like they're like, okay, so you're gonna go over there and do it? Yes, I will. Okay, how are you gonna do it? Well, when I get there, I'm gonna make phone calls and find someone to do it for me, and then I'm gonna leave. I mean, what kind of plan was that? Like I said, the 20-year-old had better plans than this guy. This guy's plan sucked. He couldn't just start making phone calls. He doesn't seem to understand how things work here. I mean, what in the world, man? It's hilarious.
Particular case could have been a scenario where this dude came into White Plains because he was indicted in Brooklyn.
Yeah, probably.
Eastern District of New York. And 46 years old. This is like the only picture I've seen of him. But it's scary considering the timing. Now, this article, I went back. I was trying to get the articles back in time. And this was after the Trump shooting with Thomas Crooks. Now, you just heard that report. I don't know if they're trying to minimize this, but I think this is a big, big deal because the information was out there since the Trump shooting, the attempted assassination on the 13th.
Well, it didn't have time to come out yet? I mean, what's going on with that? I guess they didn't report it. I mean, if they apprehended the guy and it was all confined, nobody knew about it yet. Probably just hadn't said anything because this guy's plan was so ridiculous that I don't know. Maybe they just thought it was like, he was an idiot or something. I don't know, but he didn't have a good plan.
And CNBC News, they put this information out. July 16th, 2024. Iran plot to KILL Trump prompted Secret Service to boost protection before rally shooting.
Really? I mean, they talked about that a little bit in the congressional hearings. I mean, a little bit, but they never would give any information on it. I guess because they were still investigating. And is this the end of the investigation? I don't know. I'm guessing that's what it is. And I guess because it was foiled, they're just putting a feather in their cap and they're going to come out and talk about it later.
And it says the Secret Service increased its protection for Donald Trump in recent weeks after U.S. officials obtained intelligence about an Iranian plot to assassinate the former president.
So how did they increase his security? It doesn't look like I'm guessing. I don't know what that means. Well, I guess we'll figure out what they mean by that.
The intelligence was acquired and Trump's security heightened before the Republican nominee was targeted. CNN first reported the news of an Iranian plot, which raised more questions about the Secret Service failure to prevent the shootings. There are no known links between crooks and the Iranian plot. Now,
maybe they relaxed because they had him in custody. And they're like, oh, don't worry, we got it.
This information was put out there just days after the Trump shooting. So apparently, I'm thinking it's about this guy because this guy was arrested on the 12th. But this guy's information or name hadn't been put out there till today, until an indictment got unsealed. Or is it something totally unrelated and there's another Iranian plot that we don't know about? And what in the world is a Pakistan guy doing in Iran and able to travel from Iran after visiting Iran and then come into the America? This is the warning bells that we've been ringing and the red flags.
Okay, so how many more of these have we not heard about? Maybe
we've been waving on the border saying, yo, there are middle-aged, young, fighting-age men coming in from Middle East countries through the southern border, unchecked, who are ripping up documents upon coming to the border. That's one front. It's also coming in from the northern border, coming down from Montreal and going into the Swanton sector. Same thing. Middle-aged, Middle Eastern, fighting ability men. But this guy, well, the way we just heard the report, I'm assuming he took a flight. Did he have a fake passport? Did he have a legit passport? How was a guy able to come through like that? Easy. And then be able to come here for months. How many more of them are there, folks? How many more of potential terrorists are in the United States right now?
Or may activate. Yeah. I hear what you're saying. Good questions to ask. Definitely need to keep an eye on it.
Plotting and scheming and working with foreign governments. I'm thinking there's a lot of it. Is Merchant even an Iran or Pakistan?
Well, it's safe to. I mean, it's safe to assume there's probably more than one, right?
Name. So this is what the report says. I'm going to read this.
I mean, it's safe to assume. It's not. It wouldn't be wrong to assume there's more than one.
This is coming from the U.S. Attorney's Office, so we can get an understanding of what this is. It says Pakistani national with ties to Iran charged in connection with a foil plot to assassinate a politician or U.S. government officials. Coming out of the U.S. Attorney's Office.
So it wasn't even just one person. I think he was like in a group of many, or like, I don't know. More to come on this.
Eastern District of New York. That's Brooklyn. Southern District of New York would be Manhattan. So who is this guy? So it says the defendant allegedly traveled to New York City to hire hitmen to murder a politician or U.S. government official on U.S. soil. Earlier today in federal court, and this just came out today, this report came out today. Earlier today in federal court in Brooklyn, a complaint was unsealed charging Asif Merchant, also known as Asif Raza Merchant, 46, with a murder for hire as a part of a scheme to assassinate a politician or government official on U.S. soil. Law enforcement
this probably has to do with Israel, right?
Foiled the charge plot before any attack could be carried out. He's in federal custody in New York. Merrick Garland, Department of Justice, all these public officials announced, all these government officials announced the charges today. For years, the Justice Department has been working aggressively to counter Iran's brazen and unrelenting efforts to retaliate against American public officials for the killing of Iranian General Soleimani.
Yep, there it is. So yeah, that's probably what this is about. And no doubt, because of the foreign policy over the corrupt establishment that's been in charge for the last 4 years, the war on terror remnants have revived themselves, and we're back into this whole Islamic terrorist kind of like mindset with these kind of actions and what's going on between Israel and Hamas.
Remember that name has been thrown around. Trump actually boasted that they took him out. The Justice Department will spare no resources to disrupt and hold accountable those who would seek to carry out Iran's lethal plotting against American citizens, and will not tolerate attempts by authoritarian regime to target American public officials and endanger Americans' national security. Now, hold on a second.
Hold on a second.
Now, some people in the chat
Talk about
Me and
that.
Magnolia even discussed this. Is this guy being used as a patsy to justify a government's agenda to do something with Iran? Because we know right now, check the political climate, check the.
I mean, his plan is patsy level planning. You know, is it they shifting the narrative, or is this like something that's coming out after it? The narrative shift is going to be towards gun control, of course, you know, and you know, all their other BS that they're trying to do, trying to minimize it, trying to downplay it, trying to get it out of the news cycle, the attempt on Trump and how Trump came out looking after that. And they want people to forget about that. That's definitely part of the narrative shift. Putting him in more danger, I don't know. Maybe is this to try to slow him down on the campaign trail? I have no idea.
Going on, you know, what happened in the capital of Iran last week? Was it last week?
Well, do we believe this actually happened? I mean, are we saying that it didn't happen? Well, I mean, right now he's just reporting it. This broke. So this is the entry level awareness stage we're in right now. And so research to come, right? All we have to go on is the awareness content that we're given. So next is research, then we can make considerations, and then we can decide. We have to go down that journey though, right? We can't just go from awareness to decision, because if we do that, we've left out a bunch of stuff in the middle that we need to take care of in order to make the right decision, right? Otherwise we make the wrong decision. We just jump to conclusions. And so we got to wait and see. So right now what we do is in awareness, we put things in buckets. We ask questions, we keep our eye on things, and we see where this goes. So it may just fall through the cracks, and that's through the end of it. And it wasn't much of a story. It's not really being used for much else, right? But I would say, yeah, you know, this is awareness. It's just breaking. And so, yeah, like I said, I'm throwing this in here at the end to make sure that we cover it, and then we can keep an eye on it if something comes from it. But just to have the baseline facts, right? As best we can, as best we're being told right now.
Hamas leader assassinated there. Hezbollah, number 2 up there, that was responsible for the 1983 Marine barracks, killed by Israel. Iran has vowed revenge against.
I don't know. Crown, is Trump talking about war with Iran, or is he talking about he'll have it settled and we won't, you know, it'll be done, because it never should have happened in the first place. I've yet to hear him say anything about going to war with anybody. I've only heard him talking about ending wars and conflicts like that. He's the man to do it. That's all. Just going by what I've heard so far, but I've yet to hear the words "war with this country" come out of his mouth.
Israel. There's some warships out there in the seas, all going around.
Okay, we're speculating now. I'm just gonna go ahead and cut it there for this part of it. I think we got enough information. We're now in the awareness stage. We now need research, not questions. So we have enough questions to go on. Research will give us more to think about, and hopefully answer some questions. You know, ties to Iran, right? So even that seems like a loose string to me right now, until, well, he went to Iran and then he came here. That must mean this, right? We need to understand what he said on the phone. Like, did he give away who he was? Did he give away who he was working for? Did he slip up and tell somebody? That's what I'm thinking. I think that's where we're gonna get that answer, right? If they actually let us have it, maybe FOIA requests, Congress, anything like that. If they dig into this as a matter of security, maybe we'll get more information. So we'll keep an eye on that. Wicked Wookie, how's it going? How old is the VP? Looks like a bag of bones. Yeah, right. How old is the VP? Looks like a bag of bones. Yep. He's Bernie Sanders' stunt double. Did you know that? They spread that around. He's quite a pick, isn't he? Quite a pick. It should be easy pickings. All right, let's get this out of here, and let's move on to our grift debunk of the night. Only got one tonight. That's a good thing, but it's one that several people are running with. Of course, I'm going to bring in the best person to debunk on these things. Where is he at? Jeremy, get back in here. See, I played him when he did something good, but we have to talk about this right here. This is a quick video. It's only 12 minutes, about 13 minutes with some conversation, probably about 15, and we'll be wrapping it up. So check this out. Here we go. Grift debunking, degrifting. Degrifting. Here we go. All right. So this is all about making TMZ the new source of truth. Let's see. Nick Freitas has interviewed and spoken with viable sources on what? On what, Heidi? Did I miss the previous comment on that? See, only if Bernie hadn't taken the knee twice, right? Yeah. Okay, here we go. Warren, again, the misuse of terminology here is just amazing, and that Jeremy grasped onto it. They warned of gunmen in the Trump shooting. Yeah, they said we have a suspicious person. I can't believe he's still going with this. It's just confirmation bias. I don't know who does his videos for him, but he approves them. He approves them.
No way. That's great.
Well. Another big cover-up revealed to the world. You're going to want to leave a like on this video right away. Make sure you share it, because I don't know if people are less interested in following this story or if it's starting to get suppressed.
No, people are starting to figure out you're not good at this. You're good at other things, and I want you to do well in life, and I want you to do good on YouTube and Rumble and everywhere. But you're really bad at this.
I suspect it's the latter and then the former, but brand new radio frequency, radio calls were released between the Secret Service that day, as well as even Hollywood is starting to be interested in finding out the truth. Even TMZ.
Now, he doesn't find this suspicious at all. He's like amazed by it, and he feels like everybody's coming around to the way he sees things, but he's not amazed that the establishment media is going to latch onto the script, man.
TMZ, I'm saying, the like
TMZ is a drama channel. They latch on to drama. They do the drama grifts, right? They stir the poison well with rumors. Right? They do that kind of shit, right? They're not the most reputable place in the world, but if they agree with you, suddenly they'll become reputable. I mean, you always have to keep an eye on what their intentions are, and I think that when you see what they put out, it's just more speculation.
The rag company that sells, I don't know, Hollywood, whatever.
Well, today, TMZ is a hero. They're heroes to Jeremy. They're heroes to Luke. Probably going to be a hero to Tim Pool later on. I don't know. Maybe a hero. I mean, it's just like all of a sudden, because they say the right thing, they love TMZ. Like, they love them.
Even there, like, something is fishy here. We have more whistleblowers coming out. I mean, it's starting to be a landslide of new information. Serious stuff. Let's get right into it. After a quick word from this video sponsor, Preserve Gold. Probably a good time. Many of you out there are worried about the fate of the US dollar. We're living in, they're giving my viewers a no obligation quartering. Gold has 15 or visit below this.
TMZ Studios has a new documentary that drops on Tubi. It's called Under Fire, the Trump Assassination Attempt. And it is, I think, pretty shocking. We have a number of former Secret Service officials on talking about how shocking the security lapses were.
There was nothing good that I have to say about how those events unfolded.
They talk about a debate that's going on, that women were allegedly placed in the position on the stage there, even though they were too short.
Half of those people are women. That is a conscious decision that was made purely for optics purposes. They put him into just as much danger as if they weren't there at all.
Everything that I've seen, they did textbook.
I understand the tragedies that occurred at that site with somebody dying and losing their life and the injuries, but to protect the United States Secret Service is alive. At the end of the day, that's a win.
And
that is wild. Don't care about the firefighter, the heroic man who is saving.
They didn't say that they don't care about him at all. They said that the mission of the Secret Service is to protect the protectee at all costs. That's the truth. They're not saying that they don't care. Why would you put that in there?
His family, protecting his family. Don't care about him.
It's just building animosity. It's like, does he realize he's doing this? Is this intentional, or is this how he is? He just likes to build animosity. I mean, I get it. They screwed up a lot in a lot of ways, and we all know that. And it's being pointed out constantly, even by people who are trying to point to conspiracy. They always always inevitably end up going back to incompetence, and they don't even, half the time they don't even realize they're doing it, and then they try to make incompetence into a conspiracy again that they can't prove, but they're goddamn sure of it.
Dying. That's not a big deal. You know, that's not a big deal.
Did you catch the whole thing, Zach? Did you catch the whole drop by TMZ? It wasn't a great way to phrase it, but Social Security's Secret Service's job is one person at a time. Yes, it is. They have to be focused on what they're doing. I mean, if we don't like that, we could figure something else out. But I mean, that's just the way it is today. So you can't be surprised by that, Jeremy.
No big deal. No big deal. Think TMZ realizes they could be the worst watched news organization in the world if they just reported, I'm sorry, the most watched news organization if they actually reported the real news.
See, like there's all of a sudden they're like, we're just forget about all the drama and all the lives this channel has ruined and all the bullshit propaganda they've pushed out over the years, even before Trump. I mean, we'll just forget about that because they're agreeing with us today. They're coming around. No, they're just using your grift, man. What do you guys think? Should we watch the TMZ documentary and degrift that next time? I'll check it out and see if it's worth our time.
That's something I didn't expect. This is the type of journalism we need more of. I mean, see,
look at it. Everybody's playing. Those aren't bots. Those aren't those. I mean, okay, so maybe they're people that they're buying into it. Maybe they're people that are paid to go leave comments on these videos so that they look like people should now start to listen to TMZ. A lot of marketing. Why would you not take that opportunity to market your channel if you think you're going to pull in a whole new audience that's worth money? As we do the Social Dilemma we watched on Sunday night, Old School Watch Party Sundays. If you haven't seen the Social Dilemma, you don't have to watch it with me. You can if you want to, though. It's over there on Rumble. Just watch the Old School Watch Party Sundays. We watched that. Then we watched Back to School with Rodney Dangerfield. Great movie. But watch Social Dilemma, man, and it'll open your eyes to that even conspiracies. The reason why conspiracies are proliferating, these conspiracy groups proliferate, is because they're worth money. And they're not just worth money to the people that are doing it. Like that's probably minimal compared to the advertising dollars they can push out. And they tell you about it. The people who design the systems tell you about it in the documentary. They tell you it's doing this. Like really. I mean, so if you didn't get a chance to watch it with us, watch it one way or another, right? One way or another. It's a Netflix documentary. You can also find it on the free sites out there, or you can just go watch it with me and Shelly over on Rumble. And it's one of the most recent videos. Yeah. 2 back. So there you go.
TMZ, like TMZ is the mainstream media is turning on the Secret Service.
When you hear
is that what you think's going on?
The eyewitnesses and you hear the video and the audio from the video of people screaming. There's a guy with a gun.
I mean, this is so nuts. Like I can't even believe TMZ's putting this out.
He's so excited because it's confirming his bias. It's not because it's accurate or that it's great, or he probably hasn't even seen it. He hasn't seen it yet because he's going, I can't believe they're doing it. Right. I can't believe they did it. And I watched it and here's what it is. But he's just excited that the establishment's on his side about this.
Everybody's getting in on dunking them. Again, look at this, by the way. Oh, this is another cover up about, remember that bag of white.
Okay. So like more incompetence and corruption in the Secret Service. Yes. Does not equal they were in on it and they let it happen.
Powder the Secret Service found. Well, they just threw it away because we're going to get to that. We're going to get to that. I want to get to the audio recordings that were released.
Let's hear it.
And then the ultimate reason why they didn't protect Trump. Secret Service chief says that local.
Do you think he's going to give you the ultimate reason?
PD warned of this person of Lee Tardy at the event in the final 30 seconds, which
the final 30 seconds
has been the focus of what happened before the assailant opened fire. There were clearly radio transmissions that may have happened on the local radio net that we did not have, Rose said. Rose said,
okay, let's see.
The FBI, the agency leading a criminal investigation into the shooting. Oh, they're investigating themselves. I wonder who they're going to find. I wonder what they're going to find. There was somebody who did, in fact, radio out that they had seen an individual with a weapon. I want to repeat that again. In the final 30 seconds, which had been the focus of what happened before
the final 30 seconds.
The assailant opened fire. There were clearly radio transmissions that may have happened on local radio that we did not have, Rose said. Rose said the FBI, the agency leading a criminal investigation into the event, is working to determine exactly what was communicated. But Rose said investigators believe, quote, there was somebody who did, in fact, radio out that they had seen an individual with a weapon. A local police officer confronted them on the roof of the industrial building where he ultimately opened fire, but that officer who had been hoisted up by a colleague, fell to the ground about 30 seconds before it began.
Okay, so 30 seconds here, right? It said there was a clearly a radio transmission that may have this is the listen to the wording of this. There was clearly radio transmissions that may have happened. So that they're clearly transmissions that may have happened. What does that mean? There clearly was radio transmissions that did happen, or there may have been radio transmissions. There's no clearly radio transmissions and then that may have happened on local radio net that we did not have. That's the FBI, the Secret Service. What does he mean by that too? That we did not have. Okay, so now we say investigators believe there was somebody somewhere who did in fact radio out that they had seen an individual with a weapon. 30 seconds right here. Now let's move down. Here, a local police officer, the people in the crowd, we've watched the ground footage. We've done the really good analysis. So we already have this. I'm just debunking this stuff for him as we're reading it because he's so excited about the fact that TMZ thinks that, are disagreeing with him, I guess. I don't know. A local police officer confronted the shooter on the roof of the industrial building where he ultimately opened fire. Okay. But the officer who had been hoisted up by a colleague fell to the ground about 30 seconds before the assailant began shooting. Who do you think transmitted this?
At the same time,
30 seconds. 30
the
seconds.
shots rang out.
So within 30 seconds, he already had he had already unfolded the weapon, because remember he turned around and pointed at the officer. That's been confirmed, right? At least that's what we believe right now. They turned around, pointed at the officer. That's why he fell off, right? And then he turned around, pointed it, aimed, took a shot, right? So let's just keep that in mind. Now, how long have I been talking about this? Over 30 seconds, probably.
Secret Service were aware that local police were dealing with an issue on the periphery of the event, but did not know about a weapon. So,
okay. So this was an event where this was a real thing. There really was a guy on the roof with a weapon that did use it, right? But how many times have they had this interaction, perhaps, where there was something going on in the crowd, maybe protesters, maybe something like that? They're aware of a situation, but they had not identified the fact that the person had a weapon yet, so they weren't at that point. I think what he believes, and a lot of people believe, that if there's, and maybe this is the way it should be, maybe this is just an argument for better policy, better procedure, right? And I wouldn't be opposed to this at all. I told you guys at the beginning, like when they have a suspicious person, right, wrong, or indifferent, I don't care whether they think it's discrimination or whatever they think, right? If they're there for Trump, then they should understand this is, just to keep them safe. But, that you get in their face the moment you suspect them, right? And you just say, hey, look, this is why we're stopping you. This is the problem. We need to take a picture. We need to get a scan on your phone, whatever. You came to the event. It's Secret Service territory right now. And because you've been identified as a suspicious person, we need to talk to you. We need to get some information from you. We get your name, driver's license, all this stuff. You can either cooperate with us and let us clear you, right? Or you can be confined until the event's over. We can restrict your access to. We can keep you from leaving until the event's over. You're uncooperative in a secure environment, right? So, yes, better policies. Is that what he's arguing for, or is he going to argue and say that the Secret Service was in on it? All right, so I'm thinking that these two things are the same, probably. The guy that fell off the roof said he confirmed there was a weapon, right? Tried to get it out on the radio, and they just didn't pull him off stage fast enough, or perhaps they couldn't get a beat on the guy. I don't know. Perhaps they were trying to locate him so they could put a crosshair on him, right? Let's keep going.
What? If Secret Service is dealing with an issue, you just take Trump off the stage.
Now, an issue. He did deal with issues probably every event. So what? Trump never gets on stage, or he keeps going off stage. Which one is it? I mean, the guy that got like within a foot of Trump with a knife. Nobody. How did people not? They weren't freaking out like this. I guess because it wasn't a gun, but he was within a foot of him. He almost got him. Trump turned around like he was going to kick his ass. You know, we forget about the knife guy.
In testimony to Congress on Tuesday, Rowe said that he had blamed the failure on local law enforcement while also saying that he was, quote, ashamed of the security lapses that occurred on the day of the event. Rowe also noted that Secret Service had not been present in the command post set up by local law enforcement in Butler for the outdoor campaign event. I mean, again, they make a
the output, the thing that they set up, they missed the meeting, which is wrong. But the outpost they set up was supposed to be with local SWAT and police and the emergency services unit, right?
In Butler for the outdoor campaign event.
And they did have snipers in the windows.
I mean,
what are you talking about?
Again, they make a huge admission that yes, the radio the radio traffic does confirm what we all knew. We lost sight of him. Radio traffic shows failed search for Trump rally loser.
Yeah. Okay. He just said it. It confirms what we know. Right. So what are you going to add to it?
An urgent message cackled over the radio inside the white trailer, a mobile communication hub for police helping former secure President Trump. Just an FYI, we had a younger male, long hair, lurking around the AGR building. A local counter sniper said at 5:42, according to the timestamp transcript of encrypted radio communications obtained by the Washington Post. He has been viewed with a rangefinder sighting the stage, and we lost sight of him. No one from the Trump Secret Service, no one from Secret Service.
That's when the guys left to go look, right? Hold on, what's going on here? I'm back and ready. Oh, good. Awesome. I haven't forgot about you guys out there. I'm just doing the analysis thing, you know? All right. Damn.
Agency primarily responsible for protecting Trump was inside the white trailer to hear the message. I wonder why. According to two law enforcement officials, instead, the federal agency had its own mobile command post with Pennsylvania State Police almost 300 yards away and had no direct open communications line to the local police hub.
Policy, procedure, failure, communication, failure, right? That was the very first thing I pointed out. This is a communication breakdown failure. It had all the hallmarks of it, especially when they lost sight of the guy.
Why? The lack of direct communication link would later hamper the ability for Secret Service to quickly grasp the threat posed by the would-be loser, Lee Terry Oswald, as local PD search for him over the next 30 minutes.
Okay.
Resulting, nobody picked up a cell phone. Nobody said, hey.
Again, the assumptions, man. It's just hilarious. What I want to say about this, hold on. The
threat posed by the would-be loser, Lee Terry Oswald, as local PD searcher.
No direct link. So he's really making he's making a case again for procedure enhancements, right? Optimizations, learn from your mistakes. What can we do better? Obviously, communication breakdowns have gone unresolved, probably more than we ever want to know about. This might be the norm
for him over the next 30 minutes, resulting nobody picked up a cell phone. Nobody said, hey, we should probably let.
How do you know they weren't communicating during that time with their own units trying to find the guy? I mean, how do you think they got other people to start looking for him?
We should probably let Secret Service know to hold off till we find this dude. You know, we'll probably just.
Yeah, but I mean, again, how many dudes do they have per rally? There was more than one person they were suspicious of at this rally, right? How many dudes are they just trying to find in a crowd, right? With people in many cases who had never seen him before, just looking maybe at a picture or a profile, whatever, right? And again, you know, immediate confrontation has to happen. Like when you see it, get on it, send a unit, report in when you've got them. That's it, right? But they decided to keep an eye on him or just put him on we're going to watch you kind of, you know, double secret probation or something. Again, that's policy procedure. That's not conspiracy, but let's go.
You know, just hold on a minute. Trump can be 5 minutes late. We'll get after it. The transcript and accounts provide the clearest picture yet of minute-by-minute hunt for him and shows how he evaded PD and climbed onto the roof of a nearby building undetected. Police lost track of him for 20 minutes after he was seen with a rangefinder. By the way, it's something they let him bring in. Curious.
Okay, so how did they let him bring it in? So this is another part of the story that isn't making sense to me right now. How did they let him come in? Because he was outside of the perimeter. Did he ever actually go through the perimeter search? I mean, did he actually ever enter the event? He was on the backside of it, along with a lot of other people who didn't go in the event. So what am I missing here? I feel like there's missing information here. Do you guys have any input on this? Anywhere? Anybody that's following this have any and see anything that we're missing about the gate? If you listen to Tim Pool, he'll make you believe that there is they were just letting cars in with the full military there, stopping them and looking in them and okaying them, and they just waved this guy in. That's whole bullshit. They were in the back lot. They were off the main event, right? And I guess just it's something that locals knew about because they're probably just locals back there that were like tailgating or whatever, and they wanted to tailgate instead of go inside the crowded event and go through security. So they just wanted to be able to see it without having to go in. And I can't blame them because it's a long line to get in full of a lot of crowded people. I've done it twice, so I know how it goes. But there wasn't. There was just a driveway. There's no indication there was any kind of guard station set up at the driveway that goes behind the buildings. People went in there and they figured they wouldn't go in there because that's where the cops were going or something. I don't know. I think maybe some people were parking across the street and walking over. I have no idea. We still have those questions to answer, but I feel like there's some missing information here. And did he actually ever go through security at all? Or did security spot him with the rangefinder and deem him suspicious? We need to figure that out.
When he was spotted again walking toward the area where he would gain access to the rooftop of a local PD called the AGR building, an officer mischaracterized where he was headed, directing his colleague to the wrong side of the building. Oh, it happens all the time.
Yeah, I mean, but if he's trying to be elusive and misleading and he's up to something, he could do certain things that we probably haven't seen yet to elude them, right? We don't know that, maybe he just threw a hat on or something and then he threw the hat away. I don't know. I didn't see him with a hat in any pictures, but I'm trying to think of different ways he could have eluded people. He could have squatted down in a crowd, right? Kept an eye on them more than him because he knew what he was looking for and they didn't. It's just, there's a lot of things. Don't jump the shark here.
The post-examination also shows that communication between the Secret Service and local PD was disjointed and time-consuming, helping explain why Secret Service agents closest to Trump were taken by surprise when it happened. On 3 occasions, a local officer inside the Butler command post had to relay information about Crooks to the Secret Service by cell phone.
There's your cell phone.
On a day when cell service was unreliable.
Yep. I mean, dude, think about where they're at. I mean, it probably is unreliable. And whatever is around there is probably being taxed by everybody on it.
Method was too slow when seconds counted, and a local officer spotted him on the roof with a weapon and radioed to local command center that he was armed approximately 30 seconds before it started. Too long.
Yeah. I think he's thinking of like, movie Secret Service maybe. And maybe that's where things need to be. Oh, sorry. I got this on the smaller screen. Maybe that's where things need to be, right? Where you put, they just put their finger in their ear and they're talking to everybody everywhere. Like, these communication devices that you see in TV shows. Like, I don't know if those really exist or not. Like, are they that sophisticated and that awesome that they always get through to everybody every time? When you put your finger in your ear, they can hear you perfectly, and there's never any kind of, distortion or lag or anything like that. I mean, I think that's what he thinks is happening. And I don't think that that's reality. I think that they're still using radios and obviously they weren't hubbed up to the point where everybody was on the same channel, which they should have been. And maybe if they'd showed up to the meeting on time and been there in the morning, they could have gotten on the same page. So procedure breakdown leads to communication breakdown, leads to, this bad logistics all the way around. And, I won't even go back to picking the spot here.
Law enforcement officers who said the command post had no direct line of communication. That was information about Crooks had been relayed by cell phone were Butler County DA. I mean, are you joking? All the key stakeholders should be in the same room. Young said in an interview that alleviates any communication problems. I didn't have any cell phone service. The radio transmissions about the suspicious male with a rangefinder set off a flurry of messages between local officers on the ground and supervisors stationed in Butler County Command Center. Do you know what shirt color? White shirt and a hat. He didn't have a white shirt on.
Did he have a hat? I just talked about the hat. So there, now he's got a hat. Where's the hat? It wasn't on the roof. So where's the hat? Maybe he put the hat on and then ditched it. I don't know. Maybe it fell off when he was getting on the roof. I have no idea. Why would the Secret Service be on Discord? It's not their. Maybe is that what they do in Canada? The Secret Service gets on Discord. Secret Service is just supposed to protect the president, politicians or whoever they're assigned to, and do something else, like something with banking or something. So yeah, Benny Johnson recently went to Ground Zero to investigate what actually happened. It was an interesting what he and professionals found out. We've done the on ground stuff ourselves. I saw, believe me, Benny almost made the list tonight because I think the only reason he didn't was because he didn't cut. All I had was his live, but he's talking about how we put this together. We did all this. We did all this. He's been days behind on his coverage. He's been off on points left and right. And I think he just went there for clicks and views. I mean, I'm sure he really cares, but it's just like he's been part of the grift. He's been part of the conspiracy grift on this. And it's just because I don't know if it's who he's working with, or he's just too busy to double check his facts. But part of the cheap fake stuff that was going around, he was doing the half takes on things. What? He totally just pooped his pants. I've seen it. That's got to be what it is. And then Viva comes out an hour later and shows the whole video and says, no, there's clearly a chair behind him. And why are people running out here with their heads cut off saying that he pooped his pants? I mean, he's been part of that for a while. So his credibility's gone. I like him. I want him to do well. I want him to do better. But when it comes to covering shit like this, man, his credibility's really fallen off with me. But I did watch some of his live, and so I thought it was very kind of cocky for him to think that they're onto something when they're still pushing the narrative that it was a conspiracy. So we gotta get to the end of this video though. Yeah, it was just interesting. I'm gonna double check on that one because I didn't get a chance to watch the whole thing. I'll go back and watch it. I mean, like I said, I don't hate the guy or anybody. You guys got to do better if you're going to do this.
Yeah, I can't remember anymore now. In a separate channel for local tactical officers, not audible on the first channel, the counter sniper who first reported the rangefinder was giving a different description. Yeah, okay, it was great. Yeah, gray t-shirt, light colored khaki.
What about Rumblers? They're all on Rumble now. So am I supposed to forget about this YouTubers, but didn't worry about Rumblers? What about X? They're all on X too. They're all everywhere. It's just a matter of people trying. Hey, Sheriff, I don't know if you heard me say this earlier, but you might want to watch The Social Dilemma. Like we just watched it on Sunday. I don't know if you watched it with us or not. Maybe you were lurking, but you quit Rumble and X too. Like you're the sheriff at YouTube. You can't quit YouTube because you're the sheriff. You got to be here. No, I will not be doing that. Sorry, I can't do that. I got kids. I got skin in the game, dude. Quitting is surrendering. I might as well just roll over my belly and pee on myself. I ain't doing that, man. You can do that. I'm not going to do it. And I feel fine. What gets to me is when people are, falling for the grifts, right? The grifts are always the problem. They discredit us and they keep people from escaping the first veil, that establishment narrative. We got to do it. But anyways, I wanted to ask you to please watch The Social Dilemma. You will feel better. Well, you might learn some stuff. No, but I would guarantee it. You would find it very interesting because I was thinking about you when I was watching it. Because you're like, forget about all YouTubers and all that stuff. It's going to answer. I think it might answer some of your questions that are out there, like why these conspiracy grifters get so far, right? And I'm sitting here trying to tell the truth, but I can't get anywhere, right? You should really watch it and come back and talk to me about it, right? It's called The Social Dilemma. We watched it on Sunday on Old School Watch Party Sundays. If you want to watch it with my commentary, and you can watch it with my commentary. If not, it's out there on Netflix. It's out there on the free movie channels and so on. You still think that's true too, don't you? So you can take over. No, not at all. Not at all. I know who you're talking about there. When does that guy get out of your head, man? Like you gotta just like put him in the rearview mirror, man. Put him in the rearview mirror. I get where you're coming from. Well, they can get up and watch it tomorrow. Watch it on Saturday. I don't care when you watch it. Just watch it you're gonna appreciate what you see. I guarantee you. If I thought about you and I wanted to recommend it to you, you got to realize that you're probably going to appreciate something about it, right? So definitely check it out. You don't have to do it tonight. But when you get a chance, watch it. Come back and tell me what you think. Don't turn it off because you get frustrated by somebody or because you don't like them. Just watch the whole thing. Let me know what you think.
The local officers maybe he changed shirts, lost track of crooks, and would not see him again until 20 minutes.
Oh, what? Hold on. What did I say before? I haven't watched this part of the video, so I have no idea what the last half of this video was like. I said, like, how would you evade people who don't know exactly what to look for, right? Change your appearance. Cool, awesome. I look forward to hearing what you think, man. I really do. So yeah, so like, you know, gray t-shirt, lightly colored khaki shorts, counts that were first reported rangefinder was giving a different description. But this is what he ended up with, right? So maybe he just like had like a shirt that he threw over in a hat. And that was his original kind of look. And then as he went around, he started shedding a little bit. So he's constantly changing the way he looked in the crowd. So they couldn't quite find him. I mean, it worked, whatever it was.
The local officers maybe he changed shirts, lost track of crooks, and would not see him again until 20 minutes later. I mean,
dude, I don't know. Actually, he was outside the event. I was going to say he could have just gone to the bathroom line or something.
Are you joking? Why don't you just shut it down?
Because, Jeremy, they don't know that he's going to crawl on the roof and shoot him yet. They don't have. They're not psychic. You know, all they have is another random weirdo walking around the place. They have to keep an eye on. That's where their mind is, and they're trying to find him. They're doing their best, and he's actually going to do something. Right? He actually has plans. So he's thought ahead about this. He knew he'd be surveilled. So obviously he took measures to try to get away with what he's trying to get away with. You know, so he thought about it. He changed his dude. Let me put it to you this way. All right. I was at a Braves game one time, way back in the day. And if you ever look at Turner Field, right? I'm going to do it like this before I tell a story. It'll take a second. If you look at Turner Field, all right? I was there when it first opened, very first opened, right? I was there for some of the very first games at Turner Field. The Braves were awesome then. It was fun. It was part of what I did. It was fun. You know, I go with friends down there, right? We'd always just go and hang out. It was a chance to go out and just party, right? So they had this place called the Chop House. And the Chop House is this bar you can go into and stand up. So it's like being at a bar at the baseball game. It's right up there in center field. And right underneath of it is a restaurant where, you know, you can get a table and be waited on. And it's for really rich people to go to and so on. So I'm there with like 20 of my friends, man, no doubt. I'm telling you, like 20 people. And we're pulling down this big tall boy, right? And I'm telling you, this is like right after the stadium opened, right? And there's this guy below with this chick, and my friend, for some reason, I don't even know why, I don't know what it was about, started arguing with this dude, didn't like him, said, you know, I guess he was part of the Marlins or somebody, I don't know, he could have made all this up in his head. But all I know is that guy and him were having words, and my friend was being a drunk idiot, and eventually he had security come and throw my friend out, right? And we're all sitting there watching. Well, you know, I might have gotten a little upset about that. I'm a little upset. But I didn't start yelling at the guy and get myself thrown out. Nope. I just went to the bar. I was very young. I was in my 20s. All right. I'm just gonna say this. I was in my 20s. Went to the bar and I got a large, big old draft, right? And I went there and I looked down, and there he was at his table with his date. And I looked at it and just about right. And then I just put the cup out there and I just let go of it. And then I turned around and I jetted out of there. Right. I didn't even see the cup at the table, but I know it did. And I hit the door, man. I was like, they're going to come throw me out. So what I did was I had a long sleeve tied around my waist and I had a hat on. So I flipped the hat around and I put the long sleeve on. Right. And I went around and I literally went outside and then came back in looking different. And they never found me. So that's how easy that was. And then the next time I went to the Braves game, they had awnings up so over the restaurant, so you couldn't just drop something off the side. So yes, I if you ever go to Turner Field and you see awnings and over the chop, below the chop house, you'll know who put it, who caused them to be put there. And there you have it.
Just shut it down.
Oh, I totally have. Don't you worry about that. But I had plenty of experience being both.
Why not shut it down? I don't understand why you don't. This is why people think you let it happen.
No, it's people like you are the reason why they think it let it happen, because you keep pushing on this, man. And even in your own statement, you don't sound convinced.
This is perhaps the biggest bombshell, as now apparently the counter team was afraid to take him out because they were worried about getting sued.
Okay, so this is hearsay right now. And it's equivalent with some of the stuff that we heard up front. Speculations, right? Don't ever put your whole premise on a speculation.
Saw a guy with a rifle. That should be good enough, shouldn't it, to scream,
Not in the state of Pennsylvania, Harvey. You're in an open carry state, allowed to carry a gun outside of a secure spot inside of a zone and walk around.
Why does the shooter have to literally get to the point of pointing the gun at the former president before they realize it's a threat?
Because they didn't have a clear shot. People were on the roof yet 30 seconds before. I mean, these are easy answers. But this guy is going to tell them what he wants, because that's why they put him in the documentary, to feed their point, right? And that's going to feed Jeremy over here, who's just dying for it. Look at him, he's like salivating.
You want me to just shoot him because he's got a gun?
If there's a gun and a guy on a roof and he's not a police
No,
officer,
he wasn't.
To me,
Stop,
the common sense thing is scream, get Trump on the ground or get Trump out of here now.
Scream it. No one's going to hear you. You can scream all you want. You can scream all you want. He's all the way at the stage. He can't hear you. You have to have radio communication, which they did a bad job setting up.
That's what I would think somebody would scream. It just seems common sense to me.
But I think in the world of safety and protection,
that's an edit, so we don't know what prompted this response. That's what I don't like about these kind of things, right? It's clipped out. So we're gonna go with what we hear here, okay? I mean, we'll just go with it, but we don't know where it came from.
you have to take in a lot of stuff, digest it, and assess it in seconds or a fraction of that, and make a decision.
How do I know?
All right, that cuts off right there, right? Why cut that off? Did he get through saying what he had to say? I mean, look, we all know they couldn't get a line of sight on the guy until he poked his head up, for the second round. And that's when they got him. So we already know this story. It's already been told. So here we are, TMZ, they're totally coming out against the Secret Service because they've seen the light, or they're just grifting the same narrative they see you grifting off, right? Making money off of, and they're going to do it in a bigger way.
Factually, intentionally, what you are getting ready to do.
Doesn't matter. You should be able to have turned his head into a fine mist, but they were afraid of getting sued. So
that's what you just concluded. You're speculating about that. You're piecing it together. Like, yeah, they have some concern about that, but not look, the snipers that took them out were Secret Service. They weren't Pennsylvania. And hey, look, if we hadn't had things like what went down with George Floyd, maybe some cops wouldn't feel this way about things, right? They're scared of getting sued and spend the rest of their life in jail with the people they put in there. I don't fault people for having that fear because of our justice system. Again, a symptomatic problem, right, of a bigger corruption issue. But at the same time, just do you ever have counter arguments?
They let him fire first. Absolute insane.
They did not let him fire first. You just jumped the freaking shark. You jumped to conclusions. Do you honestly believe this? Or are you just trying to get money from people?
Sanity.
That's how he ended it. Let's listen to that again. One more time.
Doesn't matter. You should be able to have turned his head into a fine mist, but they were afraid of getting sued, so they let him fire first. Absolute insanity.
That was the end. That's how he ended that. Guys, the name of this video, Trump assassin bombshell. Bombshell. All capital letters. Come on, only one exclamation point. Would you run out of characters? Come on. Oh, wait, he's using them all over here. They let him shoot first. Bombshell, shoot, truth. Fucking crazy. Shocking radio transmissions reveal the truth. How many? Almost 100,000 views. You should be ashamed of yourself. You should be ashamed of yourself. Do better. Stop covering this. Stop. Go back to covering drama and YouTube drama and breaking news stuff that's easy for you to read and not have to dig it too far into. That's just my best advice. I don't dislike Jeremy. Like I said, when he does a good job, I'll play his stuff. When he sucks, I'll call it out. What else can I do? But I mean, you can see how easy it is to tear that apart. But did 100,000 people that watched that 11 hours ago, since 11 hours ago, did they do that? Or how many people are just buying into whatever he's selling? I guess if you find a bag of coffee brand coffee in their kitchen, probably it's just probably a good indication. I don't know. Let's see. Jeremy is a king of gaslight. Wookie, do you think he's doing this on purpose? Look, everybody, you've been here with me through this stuff, right? Do you think that he's doing this stuff on purpose to get views and clicks, or do you think that he's just really out of his wheelhouse and making mistake after mistake after mistake? Is it that he went to the RNC and he hung out with Tim Pool and Alex and Benny and all these guys, and they all, I mean, they're all doing the same damn thing. I mean, but at the same time, again, that's why I wanted Sheriff to watch the and I want all of you to watch The Social Dilemma. It talked about how the algorithm itself it's almost geared to push out disinformation before truth, right? And how they're making money off that on the back end that nobody sees. They're literally selling lists with people like Sheriff on it, right? And they're selling it to people who want to advertise to things that he'll buy, that they know he'll buy from the things he's clicked on, right? And they want to advertise that on videos he's going to watch, right? So they pump up the videos he's going to watch so that it gets into his algorithm. So he clicks into it and sees an ad, and maybe he'll buy something, or maybe he'll just give the impression, right? Maybe it's a 1 step, 2 step, 3 step, right? And by the third time he's seen it, he's buying his new survival knife, right? Whatever it is. But that's what The Social Dilemma is revealing, right? It's like the technical monster that's behind the machine of the information age here, and like how the information age has turned into the disinformation age because of these algorithms. And like that's not what they really set out to do at first, but that's what it's turned into. And they need to find a new model, like the attention-based model, pay for attention model, right? Is what we're dealing with. And that model is what's driving disinformation more than anything else on the internet, right? So when you do a really bad job with a story like people are doing and they rush to judgment, these stories they're halfway around the world before someone like myself can come out behind them and correct them, right? Or just fill in the gaps that make them seem reasonable again. That's just it. So what do you guys think? Is he doing it? Now he's back in the troll land. All right. Yeah, you're all good, buddy. You're all good. Let's see. Consumer products do not question. Consume product do not question. Yes, the quartering is highly influenced by Tim Pool, in my opinion. He follows his lead. Yet he thinks he's like, he thinks he's an opposite, and he has some kind of weird friendship rivalry with him. Coffee brand coffee. I sent you something he posted on X in your Discord. I hope he was joking. Who did that? Al Gore? No. Oh my God, that's hilarious. That's the he's got to be joking. Hold on a second. If he posted this Rod Stewart meme, no, he doesn't. He's not owning that. He's just saying Kamala Harris chooses best VP ever. Do you guys remember the Rod Stewart meme from way back in the day? Anybody who can name it besides Shelly? Who can name it in the chat? If you can name it in the chat, what the big I don't know, we call it I don't know if you call it conspiracy theory. The big rumor about Rod Stewart was. Put it in the chat. See who remembers first. Besides Shelly, she already knows. But anybody else, whoever can name it first, you get put up on screen. All right. That's a big deal. I want someone to try, though. I want someone to try. Okay. He's got a Rumble contract. Yes. But I mean, does he know? I think he's just really that gullible. I do too. And but it's so funny because he's so off bar. He's outside of his wheelhouse, but he thinks he's got this part down. You know, he just became a Trump supporter. He's just really outside the first veil, barely. He still probably buys into a lot of shit that's out there. I don't see him as a person that has really gone and done the work yet. And I don't see him as a person that's going to go do the work either. I think that is a certain level. These guys may know that they're taking some risks, but they don't care in the end. And I wonder if that's a condition brought on by just success, right? Just online success. I haven't been there, so I don't know. That's a new world. That would be a new world for me to go into. We're gonna wrap this up in 5 minutes, just to let y'all know. So let's see. And who can I send this over to while I'm thinking about it? I'm gonna make sure I do that tonight. Sometimes I don't want to do it. I don't do it every time, but sometimes I just feel like it needs to be done. Yeah, we'll go to the old standby. All right. So did anybody answer the question? Who knows the Rod Stewart meme? Does anybody remember the Rod Stewart meme from back in the day? That he had to go to the hospital and have something done, and they found something. I'm trying not to give it away. Anybody? You can say no too. Okay, so Rod Stewart. Okay, to pump. Yes, there you go. James remembers it. Yes. Okay, that's it. That's what it was. And this is what Shelley was talking about. She was saying, I hope that he doesn't really believe this. Jamie, where's the money, Jamie? All right, so here we go. He's got to be joking here, even though there's clearly no smiley face, but there's no red siren of alert and alarm over here either. Kamala Harris, she's his best VP ever. Claim Waltz was once had his stomach pumped because he drank a gallon of human semen. That was the thing about it. Was not true. It was not true. Stop it. The fact is, it was horse semen. Right. No, the thing was that he had to have his stomach pumped, and they found a gallon of human semen in his stomach, right? Which is not true. That's impossible, by the way. It's impossible. Where's he gonna get all that? Boy George? Yeah, right. Okay. Yeah. What are we drinking tonight? Let's go. Pillbox meme. Yeah. Big night out. I know, man. See, do you realize how much that would be? If someone could go try to drink a gallon of milk real quick. Ain't gonna happen. So yeah, it's kind of funny. But anyways, he's got to be kidding. He's got to be kidding. Someone's gonna put a community note on this. I'm not, but someone's gonna do it. You can't be this gullible. I'm gonna heart this. Kelly commented on it. She says, "You can't be this gullible, Jeremy. Do better. Do better. That's all you gotta say. Do better. Do better." With David Jose, I don't know who that is. Ahoy. I don't know who that is. All right, guys, I'm going to send you over to my man, Good Logic. I appreciate you being here tonight. Tomorrow night, I'll be back with Unveiling Reality. I promise we're going to do something. There's an interview with Tucker and Mike Lee about some interesting stuff. We may watch that. I may come up with something else, one or the other. Thursday night, I'll be back with Winning 2024, another edition. I'll have some more stuff like this for you. And I'll look at that TMZ. I'll look at that TMZ, whatever they call it. We're calling it Tubi or whatever. It's Tubi, YouTube. What do we mean by Tubi? I thought he was just being silly when he said that. I'll find it in either way. I'll see if it's worth watching. It looks like if it is, maybe like we'll degrift them for a change. David Bowie. Oh, David Bowie. Gotcha. All right, guys. Thank you so much to everybody on X, Rumble, YouTube. Thank you. Hit the like button, subscribe, all those fun things, man. I really do appreciate all the love and support you guys give me. Thank you to all the mods for all the great work you do. Thank you to all the members that are reoccurring members, and welcome to all the new members. We got like 15 new members tonight, so I hope you guys enjoy those memberships. Make sure you thank Shelly. Thank you to Shelly and Zach for super chatting. Where did Zach's super chat go? It was up here. I did play it, didn't I? Did you take it away? You took away my super chat, Zach? It was up here. I don't know why it's not up here anymore. It's gone for some reason. All right. Anyways, well, thank you guys so much for that. I will be back tomorrow night, 8 p.m. Eastern for Unveiling a Reality. And until that time, everyone, keep on winning.
I'm going to leave you with this one final message. We're going to win the election. We're going to win it big. We're going to win it bigger than ever before. We're going to do things that nobody believed. It's going to be more important even than 2016. We are going to make America great again. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody.